And it was a little faster than 2 minutes, and we're back. We had to get set up for Pantheon chat because we didn't have Pantheon with YouTube set up because we were in Final Fantasy. No need to upload a Final Fantasy video. Hmm? Yeah. Didn't you hear me when you typed that message? Oh. I have no idea. That's what I thought I was asking you guys on stream, but I don't know if you guys were listening at the moment. That's cool, man. That's cool. Good night, Watch. I remember a while back the Warrior's main stat was not agility, and then after a patch it all changed. Is agility still a main stat for Warrior? Yes. Agility dictates our abilities. So if you notice down here, these are our main combat abilities, combat actions. So this is the action bar, this is the technique bar, and this is the utility bar. If you notice at our techniques, outside of expose, agility, agility. Then you go down to the skills. Agility. Agility. Strength. This is the odd person out. Constitution. All shield abilities are Constitution. Agility. So what they did was, instead of relying on or needing strength, dex, and con, they went and switched everything over to agility. Because what they're doing is, it's not just for warriors, but for all classes. They're trying to set up a multi-stat purpose where everybody's going to have to worry about carrying a bunch of different armor for certain situations. So now, instead of me having to worry myself with like strength, stamina, and constitution, I now need strength, stamina, con, agility, and dex. The only ones I really don't need are intellect, wisdom, and charisma. And charisma would only be for faction gain when faction gets turned on, and dealing with merchants, which is not a big deal. But now I have to technically worry about 5 different stats instead of 2 or 3. They did that on purpose. The problem is, from level 1 to 30, there was no gear that had a decent amount of agility on it to warrant the warrior ever doing it. So what happened was, when they switched over to agility, all warriors' agilities at the time were around 16. That's garbage. So now all their abilities were pretty much useless. Or not useless, but they would hit or perform at their absolute lowest level. So a lot of warriors threw their hands in the air and just quit. Like I've said before, we had about 11 or 12 high-level warriors 5 months ago, 5-6 months ago when they made this change. The night they made this change, we went down to 2. So those other 10 stopped playing, 9 or 10. They just stopped playing the warrior. They went and rolled other tunes, or they just stopped playing altogether. So, and that's because agility bottomed out. But the thing is, I whined and complained that Wednesday night. But that Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, I stayed in game on stream, and we experimented and did some workarounds and went and tried some gear and tested some stuff, because I figured if they made that kind of a change, there had to be a reason. A lot of people didn't think there was a reason, threw their hands up, picked up their ball, and went home. I wasn't going to do that. So thankfully, I was informed that for jewel crafting, you can make jewelry based on all the stats. So I said, that's interesting. I said, what can you make for agility? So they told me you could have neck, 2 ears, and 2 rings. And I said, so what are the stats? They said 3 agility. I'm like, okay, 3 times 5 is 15. So 15 plus 16 is 31. So I could bring my agility up to 31. So we went and looked at that, and I thought, okay, let's get a set of jewelry, which I did. That's what I'm wearing right now, 3 agility. So with that said, our agility is now up to 36. You might think that's fantastic, but the problem is, 30 plus, you end up hitting special content, like the Smoldering Trenches in the Enclave, which requires you to have fire resistance. Or you go over to Wild Mound Cradle, and that requires you to have fire and shock resistance, for those who don't know. Or you go to Halnir's Cave, where you're supposed to have to worry about poison. Or you go to Del Taco, and you have to worry about poison and disease. So there's different resists out there that you have to pay attention to, but the problem is your resists start coming from your jewelry. So now all of a sudden, if you're going to fight in Smoldering Trenches and you're going to take a whole lot of fire damage, you need your healers to be able to heal you. You could be grouped with the greatest healer in the game, and that healer will still fail if you don't have a high enough resist to absorb some of that fire damage. So now all of a sudden you're taking off each agility jewelry to put on fire resist jewelry. So now your agility drops back down again, and now you become useless as far as your ability performance. Now, thankfully, I know enough about the warrior that I make decisions and do things all the time that makes me stand out from a lot of other people, if not everybody else, but that's through a lot of practice. But they need to get to a situation where if I'm looking at agility, I should have a healthy amount of agility on whatever I'm wearing, not just worrying about socketing in jewelry. And then all of a sudden, when I want to do what's considered the difficult content, all of a sudden now my abilities are either basement bottom or sky high, but taking more damage from all the elements that are in the game, right? And you have to keep in mind, we have 10 resistances to worry about. This isn't the acclamation. The acclamation is a whole different system, right? 6 different, never mind acclamation. No, I just switched over to Krushnek. I had to pick up my helmet. But now we have 10 resists to worry about. So we have fire, we have cold, we have nature, we have magic, we have shock, we have divine, we have chemical, we have curse, we have disease, and we have poison. we've never had to worry about so many resistances in a video game. Even in EQ, it was fire, cold, magic, poison. That was about it. There was no divine. There was no curse. So because you have to worry about all these different resists, now the problem comes into gear. And that's why they're constantly adding gear. But have they added enough gear to make it worthwhile for a warrior in particular to go from level 1 to 30? I won't know until the reset. Like, there's a lot of stuff we're going to have to look at when the reset hits. We're going to have to look at how they've changed gear, what new gear they've added, because trust me, gear will change and new gear will be added for the reset. It will be a vastly different game when the reset happens, I think. I'm pretty sure. But yeah, anyways. That's where we are. Like, for example, we may end up getting in on a raid today to help out with the raid. So because of that, I'm going to have to take off my agility in order to put on resist gear, which means my agility is now going to bottom out. But the cool thing is, I'm not looking to go to perform like a tank. I'm looking to go to help boost my group. Pantheon Rise of the Chi Storm? Yeah, right? Chi Storm Rising? You're playing a DL now? Excuse me. How so? Sorry, chat. We're trying to figure something out here. We're trying to figure out what our plan is right now. Oh my goodness. If we don't have anything going on, then we're not going to worry about it. Yeah. Oh, I forgot they have the progress update for Badia Dakara. Yeah, I haven't looked at it yet. Maybe we'll take a look at it real quick. Give me a second here, chat. Okay, let's take a look at this update for Badia Dakara while we're waiting. So this came out 2 days ago. Badia Dakara, or the Bay of Faces, is our next major zone which will be released this spring. Building a full zone from the ground up requires quite a bit of work. Lore and layout, art assets, building the environment, adding the game data. Most of our work up until this point has gone into the first stages, but since we're now part of the way through building the environment, we would like to share some screenshots. So there's Kosa Ul. Kosa Ul is the largest central island and one of the main locations that adventurers will travel to. Okay. Looks kind of interesting. Beware the fierce monarch that guards the shores of Kosa Ul. So they say beware the fierce monarch, but they don't show anybody? No creatures, no humanoid. What's a monarch? Don't know. Beyond the beauty of Kosa Ul, what secrets draw adventurers to this island? Yeah, that's probably it. It's probably invisible. It's a cloaked mob. He's standing right here, probably. It's the most open space. Underwater areas? Look, look, look. That's water. That's water right there. I think. That looks like water. So, Subnautica-esque. So you swim into the water, you swim down, you see the rocks and the ruins, and then you see the chasm here that I'm guessing you can go into. In addition to Kosa Ul and some other areas that dot the water surface in Badia Dakara, there will also be several underwater points of interest for players to explore. Here are some work-in-progress screenshots of an area known as the Groaning Deep. Very Subnautica feel. What you can see in these images is our first pass of terrain build-out, which primarily involves getting the base terrain and big rock formations into place. A second pass in a few weeks will add smaller objects such as kelps and colorful corals to the area along with additional details. Those who do explore the depths are advised to be careful. While there will be great beauty to be found below the waves, not all of it may be friendly, and often it has teeth, like in this concept image. So that's a concept image. That doesn't necessarily mean that's in the game, but that's a concept image. More mysteries to uncover. There are many different areas within the borders of Badia Dakara, each with their own history, lore, and inhabitants to discover. Whether you're diving down below the waves to search for lost treasures or making your way through the dense jungles of Kosa Ul to find what lies within, you will find many opportunities for adventure in these waters. What lies beyond this passage? I don't know, but that looks like an opening. It almost kind of looks like a zone line like in Helnir's. It's not, though. I think that's just a passage to put you into the next chamber. Could be an entrance to a dungeon. We still have quite a bit of work left to get this zone ready for everyone to explore, not least of which is making sure that there are plenty of interesting things within it. Right now, we're on track to release the zone this spring alongside our combat and progression update. We're looking forward to seeing all of our adventurers set sail. Well, that references boats. I wonder if they're going to have boat travel. They'd have to, right? I don't know if they're going to require us or ask us to be swimming everywheres. It did say Kosa Ul was an island, So obviously that means it's surrounded by water. How much water? No idea. Yeah, but that just takes, isn't that the port that just takes you to the swamp in BRK, the chasm? Oh, yeah. Right, yes, that's right. Port of Rulun. Or Rulon, I think is how they pronounce it. Yes, it would. Oh, wow. With shaman buffs. 50 stamina. No idea. 41 strength, 52 stamina, 44 con, and 41 agility. Wow, man, our stats are pretty high now. And that's just with shaman buff. Oh, no, shaman and cleric. So Coursera and the shaman buffs. That's crazy. So see, the 5 stats I was talking about, I don't really have to worry about them. They're pretty healthy right now. So what are you guys in chat doing? What's everybody up to? If we don't get anything going on here with whatever this is, we'll probably jump into, more than likely, we'll probably jump into Subnautica for a couple hours. I do think people want to be here this evening to run some stuff. I thought I was jumping on around now to help out some people, but I don't have any information. I don't know what to go off of. Okay, man. Actually, I wonder if Crush shouldn't go work on his taming skill. Actually, probably not. I don't care. Not on this guy. Excuse me. I love how you can see the difference. I said this before a couple weeks ago. You can see the smoldering from the clear sky. You can see where the actual smoldering trenches starts. The haze carries all over there. See, you can see right here, you can see it. Hey Hollywood, what's happening? Getting the itch to pick up the game and play again, but I feel like I don't want to with the wipe come. Well, yeah, I mean, with the XP increase, with the bonus XP that's on right now, you've got 3 to 5 months. I mean, that's enough time. If you haven't already hit level 50, gone through and killed everything in the game, this would be a perfect time to come back and get to level 50 and kill everything in the game. I mean, it's not like the whole game is going to be a completely different beast when the reset happens. You're just going to lose the character that you worked on. That's no different than if you gave up on a game or if you switch characters in EQ or WoW. The same thing. Oh yeah. The double XP will be on until the reset. It wasn't like a holiday thing. It's on for the next 3, 4 months, 5 months. It will allow a lot of players who don't have a lot of time to get pretty far in the game. I'm waiting to get word or receive word from somebody on what we're doing here. Okay, we have that, we have that. Well, there's not much for us to do while we're waiting. We still have, I guess we still have about 30 minutes before we hear from somebody. It's not bad. Fire resist is 20, so oh, that's with the 15 from here. Yeah, see, there's too much. There's too much. What's the word I'm looking for? There's too much crippling with jewelry right now, at least for the warrior. Like, in order to add resists, I have to lose my main stat. Like, it gets very tricky. And the thing is, a lot of people who will play warriors will think, oh, I don't care about resist. I got my 50 agility and 600 strength. I'm not giving that up for anything. Well, you're dumb. Period. You're just dumb. You're not ignorant. You're dumb. That's all it comes down to. You have to make sure you can tweak yourself to be in line with your group so that you survive, not so you can try and gloat at your self-ego or whatever. But too many people just put on stuff and go. They don't pay attention. And it's unfortunate. Like, I can't stand the fact that I have to lose 3, 6, 9. How much agility's on this one? 10. 4, 7, 10. So I lose 10 agility right now if I have to swap out my jewelry. So still, we go down to 31 agility. That's not so bad. This helm helped tonight. Getting this helm helped because it has +7 to agility. It's arguably the best item in the game for a warrior for agility. Like, the breastplate doesn't have agility. The shoulders used to have, I believe, 6 to agility, but they cut it in half. I don't know why, but they cut it in half. We have no updated wrist item as of yet, although Cruciferous has the wrists from Wild Mound, but I don't remember what the stats are. And we don't have gloves for agility. We haven't found those yet. Apparently the mitts here that don't exist are pretty good. We don't have the new boots yet. We don't have new legs. So we're definitely missing agility. We don't have agility in our belts. Either one. We have stamina or strength, one or the other. And then even on our weapon, there's no agility. And even over on our shield, there's no agility. So agility is kind of lacking, especially with someone like myself who's wearing what arguably could be compared to some of the best gear in the game. Hands down. And our agility is still dependent on jewelry. However, with that said, maybe that's intended. Maybe they want it to be that way. Maybe they don't want you to have skyrocketed agility. It wouldn't serve their whole purpose of having to concern yourself with 4 stats minimum, but as you can see, our top 4 stats are pretty solid. That's actually really nice. 41, 52, 44, 41. I know a cleric or two that have like 61 wisdom, but then not really high anything else stats. So that's actually not bad. I got dinner next to me and I'm wondering if I should eat it before we get started. Been sitting there since we started. How long? Man, we've been streaming, what, 4 hours now already? I'm gonna have to get up and stretch. We'll do it before we settle in for the evening. I gotta climb the stairs a few times and... We need new legs, chat. We need to find out where we get legs. I mean, we also need boots. We have the boots from just here, like inside zone trash. Hey, welcome back. I didn't either. I was just clicking through the channels trying to see if I could find some people, and I saw your name, and I'm like, what's he doing over there? And I'm like, oh, I think he accidentally clicked something. Ours starts next month. Oh, chat, I was just reminded we're going into tax season. Man, oh. Gotcha. I forgot it was tax season. Hey chat, you want to see some history? I don't believe so, at least not at the moment. I think it's just Europe. That is a 3.5-inch floppy. We used to have... You couldn't get Pantheon on this, but we used to play on this many discs. So however much that would be, that's how many floppy disks we used to have. You used to have to put one in, and you had to wait a minute and a half, 2-3 minutes. Then you'd have to put in another one, and then 50 discs down the line, you were done. But if you weren't around, that's history right there. That's what became the CD. Or you might not even know CD. And the DVD. And the Blu-ray. And the Laserdisc. I don't know why I still have this, actually. It's like the only 3.5 that I have. I don't know. Right, right. I just hope it works out, you know? That's all. That's all you can hope for, is that you hope it works out. You hope people have a better life. We're still waiting, chat. Nobody's reached out yet. I think they're supposed to be starting shortly. It was so the if I were to narrow it down to two, I would say Ontario and Alberta. Alberta because they have all the oil, and Ontario because that's pretty much that's where our capital is, Ottawa. That's like the capital province. Yes. No, no. The West Coast, British Columbia, is kind of like Canada's Hollywood. or Canada's LA. It's more of a social influence than political. Yeah. Why's that? Oh, ha ha ha, gotcha. Yeah, good old Mr. Lang. Sorry, chat, I had a warrior reach out and ask me some questions, so I'm answering them while I'm here. Nope, I'm answering a warrior's questions. Hmm. I'm going to see something. Maybe people are over on a different shard. I find it weird it's so close and there's nobody here. Oh, hey, C-Dubber. Sorry, I don't know if you're still here. I'm just seeing your message. How am I feeling about the wipe? I'm excited. I wanted the wipe months ago. But I'm happy that it's happening. Huh? No. Oh, really? They don't sense you? How long will it take to get to 50 again? From the reset? So... Let me... This was what was shown to me. Let me, So, without the bonus XP that we have right now, like right now the servers have double XP until the reset happens. We're not talking about that. When the reset happens, or sorry, before the bonus XP. No, I'm jumping over to shards to see if people are wherever. I'm on 2, but nobody's here. If you can see it, this was the curve for the XP for leveling. It's very faint, I know, but you can see over here, this is where you start at level 1, and then it would scale up like that. Now, once the reset happens, this will be the curve. You can see that it's vastly different from what we had. So, as far as how long it will take to level, it will take a while. I am, yes. Now, there will be no-lifers. Now, when I say no-lifers, it's not derogatory. When I say no-lifers, I just mean people who have 10 hours a day, 8 hours a day to put in a solid, time with the game. They may get there a bit faster, but it won't be like it used to. I knew players 8 months ago that could get to level 40 in 4 days. 4 days. I'm not even kidding. I was there. I wasn't one of them. I had work. But there were people who made level 40 within 4 days, like 7 months ago, 8 months ago. That will stop on the reset. That won't happen. Now, mind you, someone might get to 50 in weeks, but it's going to take most of us months to get to 50. And that's how it should be. In every MMORPG that's out there, nobody should be max level in any of those MMORPGs for at least 4 months. Like, seriously, what are we doing? Right? It's ridiculous for someone to say, well, if I put in enough time, I should be level 50 in 3 weeks. No, you shouldn't. If you're going to be level 50 in 3 weeks, you need to stop playing the game and go find something else to do. Everybody needs time to explore. Everybody needs time to memorize waypoints and points of interest and zones and quest NPCs and locations, especially with a game like Pantheon that doesn't hold your hand. It doesn't tell you where to go. It doesn't tell you who you're supposed to talk to. You're supposed to figure stuff out. What was that? Unity, I believe? No. What are my top MMOs? So if we're talking MMORPGs, not MMOs, because that brings in a whole bunch of stuff. But if we're talking MMORPGs, my top MMORPGs, for PvP, it would be Aeon, or Ion, A-I-O-N. That was a whole lot of fun, but that was a different time. As far as PvE goes, EverQuest 2, EverQuest, Dark Age of Camelot, Arcage, I'm really digging Pantheon, and probably Elder Scrolls Online, I would say, for my favorite. Now, these were games that had plenty of content, and it took you a lot of time to get stuff done. But those would probably be some of my favorites. But you've got to keep in mind, I've honestly played just about everything. Any MMORPG we've had since the birth of the internet, I've played. Your WoWs, your Horizon. I've played games that no longer exist and most people have never heard of. But as far as favorites, if I were to put one apart from everybody else, not based off social, but based off of the quality of the game, EverQuest 2, hands down. I've said it 1,000 times and I'll say it again. It's still the best game I've ever played that had group dungeons and raiding that was just out of this world. It trumped World of Warcraft, it destroyed Final Fantasy. The challenge and technicality and the versatility. You could, in EverQuest 2 was one of the few games, we're going to focus on one class. We'll focus on the Guardian because that's what Krushnek was in EQ2. In EverQuest 2, at any rating point in the game, you could have 100 Guardians all lined up with all the same gear and all the same abilities, and you'll have 100 people playing 100 different ways. EverQuest 2 was a game where when you got to level 40 and beyond, you had at least 30 different skills you could use in a fight. Now you sit there and think to yourself, 30, holy shit, I'm not using 30 skills, that's too many. All I can tell you is you haven't played the game, so you don't know. But EverQuest 2 set itself apart from every other game out there. And the big problem with EverQuest 2 was, because it launched in a very poor quantity state, not quality, quantity, there wasn't enough to do. WoW ended up taking all of the audience. Very few people remained with EQ2. And unfortunately, over the years, because SOE struggled with EQ2 and trying to get it out there, it pretty much disappeared and was blanketed by World of Warcraft. But I've played World of Warcraft, I've played all of them, and EQ2 still stands above for group dungeons and raiding. But that's only for the first 6 expansions. Whatever expansions were under SOE, Sony Online Entertainment, their raid team and dungeon team was just phenomenal. Those individuals were worlds above everybody else, period. Now, as far as all the other stuff in EQ2, I take points off it. There are other games that have done things better. The social aspect, no game beats EverQuest 1. And I say that because there's no other game in history where you can get 71 people together and do a singular thing. People will sit there and go, oh, 71 people, PvP. We're not talking PvP. PvP is not a singular thing. PvP is 100 people, 200 people against 200 other people, or what have you. It's not the same thing. EverQuest was the penultimate social system for an MMORPG, period. But they weren't popular because they weren't, I'm not going to give levels of difficulty. I'm going to say because they weren't accessible to a lot of people, they weren't popular. So that's what I will say. And that's the truth. But I have favorites for all sorts of stuff. Trade skilling. Horizons was pretty cool. A lot of people don't know what Horizons was. What was it? Horizons Realm of Asteria? Something of Asteria? Horizons was fantastic because it was designed with like 80% of the game based on crafting. You had to go out and harvest all resources. While you were out killing and doing quests and whatnot, you had to go out and harvest your resources to make a lot of the gear in the game. The problem with that was it got very cheesy or griefy with the PvP, because PvP existed as well. Dark Age of Camelot is another one. A lot of people get nostalgic for Dark Age of Camelot, but Dark Age of Camelot had a lot of struggle also with people and the PvP system. Some people loved it. A lot of people absolutely hated it. DAOC was your favorite of all? DAOC was, for me, it was fun for a few months. It was definitely fun for a few months, and then I got tired of it, and then I stopped playing. It was the same reason I stopped playing Arcade, same reason I stopped playing Guild Wars, because once you get to, or Guild Wars 2, once you get to the PvP aspect, my PvP attention span gets really short over time. I like PvP and I'll do PvP, but I love PvE. I love talking with people, figuring stuff out, getting it done, and feeling that dopamine hit of, you know, doing something that other people probably haven't done. With PvP, it's a matter of who's going to play who's going to lose at chicken. Someone moves in, someone moves in, someone moves in, someone moves out, someone moves out, someone moves in, someone moves out. It's a whole bunch of nonsense. So PvP, I get tired of in an MMO. Now, if I'm playing a first-person shooter or an RTS or what have you, that's different. I don't mind doing that. I can do that for a long time. But PvP in an MMORPG, my attention gets really, really short with PvP. I just don't have fun with it. It's not that I die 1,000 times. It's not that I kill 1,000 times. There's just something about it over time where I feel like I'm not rewarding myself. And what am I doing? That's how I get with PvP in MMORPGs. What was that, sorry? If I got tired of it, I'd switch to a different faction. Yeah, for sure. What do I think of Guild Wars 2? I enjoyed Guild Wars. Now, I haven't played any of the expansions for Guild Wars 2, but I played Guild Wars 2 back at launch, and we played all the way up to level 50. We did all the jumping puzzles. We had all the content done. The only thing left for us to do in Guild Wars 2 was PvP, and I got tired of it. I had other games out there to play that was PvE-centric, and that's what I ended up going with. I have a couple of viewers who are playing through Guild Wars 2 now, and they're really enjoying the content. I guess there's like 4 expansions now, or I think they might have just had their 5th expansion recently. So Guild Wars 2 is motoring along for sure. I never had a problem with Guild Wars 2. I just got to that point where we had nothing else to do, and I didn't want to sit there and PvP. I just didn't. I just didn't. But Guild Wars 2 was fun. I 100% get what you're saying. I love PvE more than PvP, but the subtle yet important crossover between PvP and PvE in that game I thought was great. PvP played a crossover because your entire realm benefited from strength. Yeah, well, think of Ashes of Creation. Ashes of Creation is kind of aiming for the same thing. You could say that's PvPvE, kind of, sort of. But that's going to be the, you know, you're going to have organizations that are going to take over sections of that game for their benefit. But I promise you, there will be people that will even get tired of that. I don't get tired, like, people, like, I make jokes all the time about Smoldering Trenches, for example, because ever since Smoldering Trenches came out back in June, I've lived a long time there with a lot of people. I will always go there if the people I'm grouped with are engaging, and we're yapping, we're talking, typing, what have you, cool. But if we go there, and we're not talking or typing anything, I'm just as soon to say, okay guys, I gotta head out, blah blah blah, whatever, and I'll take my leave. So, but I've done this content over and over again. I've been here like every day. Every day I've been here in this game doing this amount of content, and I keep doing it. I'm not doing it because I'm desperate for content. I'm not doing it because I want this game to be popular on stream. I'm doing it because what they're building is what I want. This is what I want to play. I wouldn't spend so much time in it, you know. I have no communication with VR at all, you know. And I'm pretty sure I'm the only person that has streamed as consistently as I have with this game. And I have no tie-in with them. I enjoy this game a lot. So. And it's obviously not the most popular game. There are probably other games out there that I could play that I might excel at, or that I might look foolish in. But there's something about this game. And people come in all the time, and they question that, and I don't understand why they're questioning. If you've been here long enough, you know that I have a problem with this game. Period. Why? This is where everybody is. We might not have any Pantheon going on at the moment, guys. We might have to wait for the people. Our usual crew should be on, I'm guessing, within the hour. Thought we were supposed to be doing something now, or lending a hand. I don't think that's the case. Excuse me. Excuse me. I don't mind sitting here chilling, but I can't get myself involved in a group at the moment while I'm waiting for the others to get on. And you got to keep in mind, I'm not normally here this early in Pantheon. So, but I don't mind chilling and talking. How do you think Pantheon will survive based on the game being group-based and the player count being so low? So, the player count is low because the game is still being developed. I promise you, when the game gets 3 continents, 30 zones, a dozen different dungeons, all the stuff they want for launch, and they launch, there will be more people. And a lot of people who aren't playing right now, who have owned the game since December, will come back and play. You can't judge Pantheon off the population right now because it's a game in development. None of this will exist when they officially launch. And when they officially launch, there will be no wipes. There will be nothing of a negative nature. So to try and judge Pantheon on the population now that's playing it, I'll explain it this way that I've explained to other people. Before December of last year when early access started, okay, keep in mind, there were this many people playing Pantheon. Now let's say this is 1,000 people, okay, or 1,500 people. So then in December, they launched Pantheon on Steam, still in development. A lot of people caught on, and so 12,000 people picked up the game. So arguably, there were roughly 13,000 people that had picked up the game on Steam. Now, it's more than that now, but back then, it was 13,000 people picked up a game in development. Here's the rub. Out of these 13,000 people, 12,000 people didn't realize what they were getting into with a game in development. A third of those people cried, complained, bitched and moaned and whined about a game being broken, not having content, it's going to fail, blah, 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 all the troll nonsense, da-da-da-da-da-da-da. VR had to put up with it all. VR doesn't care. VR is working on a project. Over time, by the time we got to the summer, we went from 13,000 people playing the game to about 1,500 playing the game across all the servers. Now, a person sits there and ignorantly thinks to themselves, well, that must mean the game is failing if so many people stop playing. No, the people playing right now are the people you want to pay attention to because they're the people that are, quote unquote, in it to win it. We want this game to succeed and come out flying. So you can't judge this game based off the population when it's being developed. But if you've got people, if you enjoy my streams, specifically, let's get a little selfish here. If you enjoy my streams when I'm playing Pantheon, you know that I'm here every day. I don't get anything from VR, nothing, but I'm here every day playing this game because this is my jam. If that doesn't tell you what I think of this game, like, people just either need to stop watching me or pick up the game and start playing themselves, or just be patient and wait till it launches. That's all I can tell you. But you cannot judge this game on the population right now because it's still being built. No game in history has had a large population play a game in development. Not World of Warcraft, not Final Fantasy XI, not Final Fantasy XIV, not Guild Wars 2, not Guild Wars 1, not DAOC, not Lineage 2, not Terra, not Horizons, none of them, not Meridian 59, none of them have had a large population in a game in development as an MMORPG. Ashes of Creation. I would be interested to know how many people got on board with Ashes of Creation last year and who's still playing now. Because I'll tell you, I've tuned into the Ashes of Creation streams, and unless you're a large streamer already playing that game, it's not that big of an audience. So, and I say that because people will come in here and start saying, oh, what about Ashes? What about blah, 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 blah. I don't care. I'm telling you, that's just the way it is. So please don't judge this game on the population playing right now, because I'm always in a group. I'm always talking to people. I'm always typing and I'm always running stuff. And when I'm in a group, I'm always seeing other players. That's all I need. If I see one other group in the game doing something, I know that we're all doing something because we're testing and we want the game to be what we hope it will be. Now, VR might not want it. VR might not want me to be playing the warrior every single day and whining and complaining and so on and so forth. I don't know. I think it's positive for the game because it's giving attention to the game and people are able to see the progress as the game gets developed. But they might not want me to stream. You know? I have no idea. Maybe they think, why is he streaming this game? He's done everything over and over again. Maybe he should stop. Maybe he should come back when the reset happens. Maybe I should. Maybe I have a problem. Chances are I have a problem. But here we are. It's been in development for over a decade. But that's a bit of ignorance as well, C-Dubber, because you have to. So, a little bit of history there with VR. The game has been now. I'll say two words: Star Citizen. Anytime somebody brings up this game being in development for 10 years, Star Citizen ends the conversation. That game has made almost $1 billion, and you still don't have a complete product. You cannot jump into Star Citizen and go from A to Z. You go from A to P, and then all of a sudden shit goes sideways, and you're all the way up to U, and U doesn't connect to T, and so on and so forth. So, for people to say the game's been in development for a decade to try and use that in a negative fashion, you can't do it. Star Citizen ends that conversation right there. Now, with that said, 10 years ago when Pantheon was being worked on, they had their full team, and it was built on a different engine. If you go on YouTube right now and look up the history of Pantheon Rise of the Fallen, I think you'll find a video, I think it might be like 47 minutes long or something, but if you start watching it, you'll see what the game looked like before they went to the Unity engine. They had, when Brad McQuaid died 5 years ago, 6 years ago, however long it's been, that crippled the team. They didn't have the backing, the funding, they didn't have a face, they lost financing, they had to cut people. Pantheon was worked on by a skeleton crew for free. You wouldn't work on a video game for free, I promise you. If very few people would work on a video game for free. Technically, I'm working on a video game for free because I've been playing this game and not getting paid for it. So, with that said, yes, the game has been in development for a decade, but they've only found their stride last year. That's it. They have content in the old engine that is not here yet because the land masses don't exist in Unity, but they exist in the old engine. There's content I've seen that we can't get to because it's not here right now, but it will be when they get it in. Now, a few months ago, they got a whole lot of money to get the project done. There are people out there like me who have really fat wallets who want this game to succeed. If that doesn't tell you something, I don't know what will. And not you, but you meaning everybody in general who has a negative feeling about the development cycle and why it's taking so long and so on. If you can't understand what's going on here, I can't help you. All I can tell you is wait till launch. Don't follow this game until launch. Stay away from this game until launch. Don't come back at the reset because we're not going to have 3 continents and 30 zones and 15 dungeons and whatever. We're going to have, I think, one other continent that's probably only going to have 1 or 2 zones to it as they work on it, but they have their team back up and running again, which is fantastic. You have to be patient, and if you're not willing to be patient, there's 6 or 7 other games out there that would probably fill your time. So, And to be perfectly honest, I shouldn't be steel manning Visionary Realms. I mean, I can't speak on their behalf. I don't know what their team is like. I don't know what their development is like. All I know is what I've been playing. But I get a fair number of people who come in here and they always bring up these facts. They always bring up this ignorance. Now, when I say ignorance, I don't want anybody to take offense. If you know the meaning of ignorance, it means you don't have the information. That's why the phrase ignorant of the law is a thing. A lot of people think when someone's being called ignorant or ignorance is brought up, it means being rude. It's not what it means. It has no association with that at all. Ignorance means lack of information. That's what it means. So I have a fair number of people who come to me ignorantly with information that makes no sense. It's just, yeah. Just wait till the game launches. If you're not interested or you don't feel like you want to get into a game where your character could be wiped in a couple of months, do what's best for your sanity. I'm crazy, apparently. I've been through character wipes before with this game. I've lost characters before. I'll lose them again. If we had a character wipe tomorrow and then we had another character wipe 4 months from now, I'm rolling Krushnek number 11 or Krushnek number 10. I want this game to succeed. If you're not somebody who can put the time in and then lose it all in a finger snap for nothing, you need to wait till launch. I would stop following the game. I would stop asking people questions and input, because even if you were to come in, and again, when I say the word you, it's anybody who's in this boat, anybody who's rowing this boat. It's not any one person. But if you come into this game, let's say next week. Okay. Let's say the reset happens March 1st. Let's say you come in March 2nd to some stream, my stream, Joppa stream, somebody else who's streaming Pantheon, and you start asking questions about the state of the game and how's this dungeon and the skills and the mastery system and da-da-da. Everything we could tell you could change a week later. So the best thing I can tell you is, if you're on the fence, wait till launch. Not the next stage of early access, not the next big update, just wait until the game launches. Favorite their website so you know it's in the back of your mind for now, because it's not gonna, when it launches, let's say it launches 2027, okay? Let's give them 2026, but let's say it launches 2027. You're not going to get the WoW crowd. And when I say the WoW crowd, I don't mean WoW players. I mean the number of players. You're not going to get 100 million people coming to Pantheon. They're not looking for that. If they get it, fantastic. Here's something else I'll tell you. When they released this game 14 months ago on Steam, they were expecting this many people. It was a gamble. I know you guys might not know, but it was a massive gamble for Visionary Realms to take Pantheon off their website and put it on Steam, because they knew they had a skeleton crew game that wasn't fully built, wasn't fully fleshed out. They knew they were going to put up with a bunch of trolls and a bunch of negativity, and hopefully they would get some positivity. They were expecting this, and they got this. That's what happened with Pantheon. Within the first 2 weeks of Pantheon launching on Steam, they had like 4,000 positive comments. It was insane, the amount of fanfare Pantheon got. And then people started complaining because they couldn't get places fast enough, they couldn't find groups fast enough, they couldn't get the best gear yesterday, it took them 12 days to get from level 2 to 3. All the nonsense came out. Like, just be cool, just leave it alone, just go play other stuff and come back when the game launches. Keep up to date, keep coming back to my stream and hanging out. That's what I'll say. And if you don't like my stream, I don't know why you're still here listening to me right now. Are you interested in Monsters and Memories? Interested, yes. Excited for it? No. And I'll tell you why. I was in one of the play tests about 3 months ago, 3 or 4 months ago. I want to say it was November, might have even been October, I can't remember. I don't think it was December. I'm pretty sure it was November or October. I went in there one evening on stream. Now, I typically stream for anywhere from 3.5 to 5 hours through the week because I work, right, during the daytime, so I can't be up 8 hours, 10 hours. I'm not a full-time streamer. I wish I was, but I'm not. Whatever. I jumped into Monsters and Memories. I created a character. We went out into the courtyard. I got from level 1 to level 2. I was trying to go from level 2 to level 3. It took a little over 3 hours of me running around the first courtyard, trying to find enough mobs to kill because there were so many people there pulling stuff that I never saw level 3 in 3 hours as a melee, because every time I saw a mob and I ran to it, somebody sniped it, spelled it, whatever. I stopped. I'm done. I'm good. I'm good. If I go back and look at Monsters and Memories, it will probably be after it's launched, when I know people will move on from zone to zone. Now, today I found out that I have a number of chill mode people. Chill mode is the guild that I was in EQ for like 9 years roughly, over the past 11 years. With that said, I found out a number of them actually got into Monsters and Memories in the alpha right now, so they're playing. Now, the Monsters and Memories alpha is invite only. They got in, they've been playing, they're enjoying themselves. I think they're around level 16, level 17, I found out today. They seem to be having a good time with it. I was listening to them talk for a while, and it seems like they were pretty active. But as far as, will I jump into Monsters and Memories tomorrow or next month? I don't think so. If someone came to me and said, hey, would you be interested in giving the game a try? Sure, I'd probably take some time to do it. I got nothing going on with Pantheon until the reset. Everything from now until March, April, May it's just filler for me. But I enjoy hanging out with all the people that I hang out with. We have some pretty awesome people playing this game right now. So am I interested in Monsters and Memories? Yes. Am I excited for it? I can honestly say no. And it's not for any fault of the game. It has nothing to do with the game. It's just that right now there's going to be so many people playing limited content until they get more stuff in. I'm just not going to have fun. I can't stream and run around for 3 hours missing 200 targets. I can't. That's not a thing. I'd be ridiculous. I'd be so stupid to go in on a day 2. People who... Oh, hey, Spectre. Star Citizen will never release as long as it's making money. And that's the other thing, Spectre. You very well could be right. Like I said, there's not even WoW. There's no game in history that has made $1 billion like Star Citizen, and there's still no finished product. So, like I said, for people to come in and talk about... And anybody... I've had more than today with people come in and talk about how long it's taken for Pantheon to... If you gave Visionary Realms $900 million and a 300-person development team, you'd have 3 continents, 40 zones, 20 dungeons, 50 classes, 70 levels, and the game would have been out 6 months ago. Are you kidding me? Don't be ridiculous. Hey, Dynamic. Dreadmist is pretty good. I've been told that. I haven't looked at it yet. I have it, but I haven't looked at it yet. I do want to look at it. I might look at it next weekend, possibly. I don't know if it'll be through the week, if I'll have time through the week, but maybe. It depends on if we don't get anything going on here in Pantheon. For those who are wondering, I'm sitting here right now in the Enclave because I'm waiting to find out if I'm going to be needed to help with something. Personally, I fully expect to see at least one more continent to pop into view by the end of this year. Well, Rainfall's coming, Spectre. Rainfall's in the reset. When the reset happens in the spring, we're going to have Rainfall. And more than likely, they're going to take Barrow Dark out of Thronefast and move it back over to Rainfall where it's supposed to be. And for those who don't know, the Barrow Dark in front of Avelia, the cave where the ogres and dwarves start, that's supposed to be over on Rainfall. They popped it in that cave because they needed a place for those races to spawn. They didn't want to spawn them in Avelia. But the Barrow Dark will move over to Rainfall, to the other continent, when it comes out. I'm excited for Rainfall because the zone I'm interested in is Broken Maw. Broken Maw is where the ogres are from. People who complain about Badia Dakara haven't realized that they need that zone to connect some zone to the other continents. Yes, exactly. You don't plan to do the PTR server? Right now, Spectre, that's undetermined. We've heard and read their thing with the PTR server. They want the PTR server to test any mechanic changes, but they've said that when it comes to content, they want it to hit all the servers at the same time. If that's the case, I don't know if I can get a group of people or if I can get a bunch of people to go to the PTR server. So until I know more about the actual PTR server, we'll see. But they have gone on record saying that they wouldn't want the content to hit PTR before the other servers and then spoil stuff. So it looks like they still want the content to hit everybody at the same time. If that's the case, it may not matter what server you roll on. Any server might be a good server. Joppa has been saying that Broken Maw's around the corner now. Joppa's around the corner, can be flexible. And as I said earlier, I don't know if you were here earlier, Spectre, but I was saying earlier, they have content in the old engine that isn't in Unity yet. People think what we have is all that there is. That's not the case. They have a bunch of stuff in the old engine that hasn't been converted yet. They're just not going to tell you, us, because I've seen it. I've seen the content. I saw the content 8 years ago, 7 years ago, what have you. I saw it with my own eyes. It will be in this game, but when the geographical area permits it or warrants it to be here. So they have content that's just not switched over yet, converted over yet. That's all. You've been playing it while you wait for the spring wipe? Right on, Dynamic. I should probably do... There's a bunch of games out there. Like, I'm playing Subnautica right now, just because I've played Subnautica Below Zero, but I've never played Subnautica, so we're playing through Subnautica at the moment, because Joppa had mentioned that when they do their underwater content, they wanted to have that Subnautica feel. And I saw the screenshots they released the other day for Badia de Cara for the water zone, and the water screenshot looks just like Subnautica's water. I'm so excited to see what they do with it. What game should you play? Oh, that's a loaded question, C-Dubber. What are you looking for? Are you looking for an MMO? Are you looking for an MMORPG? Are you looking for a game that takes a long time to get things done? Are you looking for a game that you can drop in and then drop out of and still feel rewarded? Like, what are you looking to play, or what do you play currently? You're looking for an MMO. MMORPG. I mean, where do you come from with your MMORPG history? Are you a WoW player? Are you an EQ player? Have you not played either game? Just getting it moved over, having those extra coders is going to be key. Yes, and keep in mind, they didn't increase to like a team of 50. I believe they're still operating with I'll say a modest sized team, VR. And also keep in mind, they only just got the funding 2 months ago or 3 months ago, however long ago it was. It takes time to hire people on, so they may still not be at their full complement or what they're aiming for. So keep that in mind as well, guys. Just because they announced they had the funding 3 months ago, nobody listening to this should automatically assume that they're hitting the ground running with 100% capacity. Their tank may still be 75% full. They might still be looking for that 25%. That's probably why they gave 3 to 6 months notice on the next big update. That's a long time, just so you know. It's not like they can get the money on Monday and then Tuesday they've hired people. It's not how it works. It could take weeks, just so you know. And also it was the holidays, so, it's not a busy time for hiring. But again, just give it time. Just let it cook. You've played EverQuest and WoW Classic, and you're looking for an MMORPG now? Are you looking for something that would, take up your life? Like something you'd be playing for the next year? Or are you looking for something to keep you for 3 months? I mean, I could recommend a bunch of stuff. Guild Wars 2. If you can get in a guild with Guild Wars 2, that's a lot of fun. They have a lot of content. That would keep you busy for a few months. Hang on a second, somebody's talking to me. Where's that? Okay. There's Elder Scrolls Online. Elder Scrolls Online will keep you for a long time too, because once you finish with one faction, you can just switch over to another faction. So, Elder Scrolls Online, you should give that a go. That's a big deal too, because with their champion point system, you have a lot to work for. Also, you'll get some PvP in there as well. The PvP in ESO is pretty crazy. So, Elder Scrolls Online. What about Ashes of Creation? I don't know enough about Ashes of Creation. You'd have to find somebody who's streaming Or you might have to go on YouTube and type in Ashes of Creation Review 2026 and see if anybody has a video out in the last month that talks about the state of Ashes of Creation, and then make your judgment on that. I can't help you with that because I haven't played it. The PvPvE aspect of Ashes of Creation doesn't get me as excited as the PvE aspect of Pantheon. It just doesn't. It could be a phenomenal game, and it could launch and have everything everybody wants in it and take over the world. But right now, I get excited about Pantheon content. I don't get excited about Ashes of Creation. I don't get excited about Guild Wars 2. I don't get excited about Final Fantasy 14. But Pantheon, I'm all for it. I'm the only again, I'm the only. If you click on my live tab on YouTube, there's over 400 videos there from like this year. I am Pantheon, period. There's nobody else. There are other people that might stream Pantheon or what have you, but do they have 400 videos of 300 days of playing this game? Nope, but I do. So everything I say, I have proof. People will come in here and say stuff, and I'll respond to them, and they'll think to themselves, okay, whatever. The proof is there. You can go look. All the streams are there. Every one of them is there. My entire early access playthrough of this game is there. And that's on purpose. And I'm the only person on the internet that has that there. So for people to come in here and question, not saying anybody is right now, but for anybody to come in here and question, you just look absolutely dumb to the people that have hung out here for a while. You just look dumb. You want to play Guild Wars 2, but you don't want to pay for all the deal. So start with the base game. Just play the base game. The base game has 50 levels in it. Play the base game, see what, if you get to the end, it's like Final Fantasy. So when I jumped into Final Fantasy 14, I wasn't excited for it when I jumped in. I wanted to play it because it's a Final Fantasy game, and I'm a fan of Final Fantasy. I've played all of them. I got to the end of what would be considered Final Fantasy 14 Classic, and I needed more. I needed to know about the companions and what was going to happen. I called them the companions, but I needed to know what was going to happen with them, so I jumped into the next content. And then, Endwalker and so on. And the only content I haven't played in Final Fantasy 14, I call it Paint by Numbers, but it's the Pictomancy expansion that just came out. Their most recent one, because I have no interest. Because it doesn't have anything to do with the companion story. The companion story was done with the end of like 7.4 or something. So I was done. But pick up Guild Wars 2 Classic, play through it, get to level 50, work on the jumping puzzles, and then figure out if you're still interested in finding out what else the world has to offer. If you're not interested by the time you hit 50, you gave it a go. Walk away and jump into something else. People should do that for every game. People will say, oh, maybe I'll play this game, and then they take a character to level 10 and say, oh, I'm not liking this. Then they stop playing. In my mind, that's ridiculous. Hey, Nico. I'm excited too for the new stuff they announced. A lot of people are excited. And keep in mind, a lot of players in Vanguard, listen to me. A lot of players in Pantheon that will be or have played the game, they're not online like you guys are. They're not sitting in a Twitch channel or a YouTube channel or a Kick channel or a TikTok channel, conversing and whatnot. They're playing something else in their own lives, right? You can't assume that there are a bunch of people with an online presence for this game. There aren't. There are very few. I'm one of the very few. So you can't assume that. You can't say, oh, nobody's streaming the game. Not everybody knows how to stream. Like people make an MMORPG like EverQuest and Pantheon. They're not designed for the TikTok generation, right? They're designed for people who don't know what a TikTok is. They think TikTok has something to do with clocks, So they're not set up on Twitch. I'm a rare bird because I've had my head up a computer's arse for a very long time. So that's the only reason why I stream. I mean, you guys have been here probably long enough. You guys know. We don't have 1,000 people here. We don't have 10,000 people here. We don't have 50,000 people here. I'll be lucky if I can get 100 people here just for this game. Don't care about streaming, but during the early access, we managed to build a strong community. Yes, yes. Hey, look, so I was in this game. So, for those who don't know, before this game came out in early access back in December of last year, it was in a period of time known as seasons. In seasons, I met hundreds of people. Hundreds, meaning I made friends with them. When it came to early access, I made hundreds more. Within the first 3 months, okay, December, January, February of last year, when Krushnek logged in, I got flooded with tells. Everybody talking about information and camps and what's going on and are you in a group and are you doing something and well, we'll be in a group for this, blah, 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 blah. I had all sorts of it. Like, most of the server knew who I was for a very long time. Like, I'm in this game to win it. I still get random tells today from people I haven't talked to in 6-7 months. They're like, hey man, just coming back to the game because of the such and such update. What's going on? What have you been working on? What is there to work on at this level? And then I get stuck in tells and whatnot with people. I've met hundreds and hundreds of awesome people playing this game. I've only met 2 individuals in this game that I hope I never group with again. And I'm not going to give you their names and I'm not going to give you the situations, but I just hope I never see them again because they are bad for a group. They will completely destroy the morale of a group with their mentality, and that's all I'm going to say. But I have met hundreds on hundreds on hundreds of players, and they know who I am today. Onboarding people takes time. Just saying, oh, we hired 3 new coders yesterday doesn't mean tomorrow. Yeah. Exactly. Hey, Sade. Been playing since Goblin Caves were a gray box. It's only gotten better. Only thing I'm looking forward to, along with Monsters and Memories. We were talking about this earlier, Sade. I can't say I'm excited for Monsters and Memories just yet, but you guys have been here long enough. You know my Pantheon addiction is real. Like, I am Pantheon. If that could be a slogan, I would make that a slogan. I am Pantheon. There's not one other individual that has put out the advertising that I have with this game. Not one. Not even a Visionary Realms person. Not even Joppa. Now, mind you, I'm not everybody's cup of tea, but I try to be as chill and what's the word I'm looking for? Amenable? You know? I like to think I'm pretty chill. I can get along with everybody. It's just ignorance drives me nuts because people are so set in their ways that they won't adapt. They don't get it in their head to adapt, and I don't like when you can't adapt to something. I don't think anybody's going to need our help. Nobody here. We'll go back over to 0. They might have enough. Excuse me. I mean, don't get it twisted as well. I'm not gonna go blowing rainbows and unicorns up your butt or what. Like, I'm not gonna talk all positive about this game. This game has had some issues, and I have some issues with the game currently. But the one thing I will say is I don't like ignorance. If someone is ignorant and doesn't know about something, you really shouldn't say anything unless you ask the question to get the information and then say something. People who quote unquote talk out their ass, I don't have time for. I don't. You just look embarrassing. This login boss is embarrassing. I'm just kidding. I really should use it. And also, keep in mind, as far as streamers go, there will be more streamers that will come back to streaming Pantheon once the reset happens. So don't worry. So whoever you used to watch, they'll be back. Some people might not be back. And I hope some people don't come back to Pantheon, because I'm not a fan of their perspective or their opinions, but we don't have to agree with everybody, right? That's the whole point of life. I just don't want ignorance to influence somebody's, excuse me, decision-making process without having the information. That's all. Well, all the servers have population today. It's a small population, but they all have population. That's cool. Even Union of Shadow. Normally this server can be relatively empty through the week, but even they have people playing. Whatever they're working on. I kind of want a full appearance set for this armor. I've given up on this one because of this helmet. They've done it twice now and they got it wrong both times as far as I'm concerned. This whole armor set, this Black Rose Keep set, the ceremonial set, this is pretty awesome when the whole thing's put together. It's just too bad it's not, you know, the best gear in the game at the moment, or at level 50. Oh, and that's another thing, chat, if you don't know. There's been gear Ninja added to the game. So there's a bunch of gear all over the place now that wasn't in like 2 weeks ago. Just so you know. I'm not going to give anything away. Get out there and explore. Oh, there's somebody else with the helmet, finally. Mesatonin. I like that name. That's appropriate. Like I'm seeing a bunch of names that I've never seen before too, so I know there are more people, or maybe these are the same people playing alts. I have no idea. Oh yeah, I stuck back to town. Gotta get that over to the Necromancer. They'll be able to wear that at 30. That's from Wildmound. That's cool. It doesn't just have the blue veins, it's got a spell effect on it. It's gotta be a druid. Shaman. That's a cool particle effect. I like that. Excuse me. Where's the lightning? There it is. Hey man, what's happening? Right on. It's just me and Snap in game at the moment, and they seem to be on shard 0, but nothing's really going on as far as needing help or anything. I don't know what they've got. Snap was saying they were moving down there like an hour ago. This double XP has been great. Gave me a chance to get almost every class except Cleric to 25. Warrior's been a lot of fun. Don't find any issues holding threat, even not utilizing shield. Right on, man. Right on. That's awesome. By all means. I'm just hanging out in Sky Durban. Yep, and again, if not, don't worry about it. We'll organize and try and head over to the, you know. There's a giant raid zone that's supposed to be over here that's not in game yet. Just so you know. The object is there and you can see it, but you can't get to it. Excuse me. Or at least I'm pretty sure it's a raid zone over there. If it's not a raid zone, it'll be a dungeon like Enclave. What time of day is it? 9 a.m. Let's go see if we can get a couple skill ups on horses. Might not, because we only have 90 endurance because of our bags, and I don't have endurance jewelry on this guy. Nope. This will be interesting. Is that a summoner? That's a summoner. There's the newish area that was put in where the bugs are. Do I not remember where anything is? Have I found the best stack for warrior stats or situational? If resists aren't a concern, I believe I have pretty much, arguably, you know, the best layout for stats. If you get into content where you need to have resists, the build will start lacking. So from level 1 to 30, as far as I'm concerned from what I've seen, there's still not enough gear out there for a warrior to increase agility as you level. And as you may be aware with the warrior, agility dictates our techniques and our actions, except for anything with the shield. Shield abilities are constitution, and then punish, pulverize, and auto attack are strength. With that said, everything else is agility. I'm finding that I have to sacrifice... Oh. I forgot how to do this. I found I've had to sacrifice my agility for resists. So in that case, my stats lack. But as far as my gear goes, you failed. Oh, we still had endurance left. Okay, so we're good. I'll take it. So right now, as you can see, the main stats we have to worry about, there are 4 of them. Strength, con, stamina, agility. Dexterity is an afterthought. Yeah, it's up there in the list as the 5th stat, but it's not a main concern. However, as you can see, with the gear that I've got currently at level 50 with no buffs, our strength, stamina, con, agility, and dex are all fantastic for what they are. When I get buffs, my stuff runs up between 42 and 52, which is fantastic. So I do have pretty much what you're looking for the best 5 stats. Now, you may meet somebody else, another class or what have you, who tells you, like as a cleric, who says, oh, I have 51 wisdom, and when I'm buffed, I have 61 wisdom. Well, that may be fine, but you're probably lacking in some other skill that you need, or some other stat that you need, because most people don't realize that because they're doing this multi-stat thing, it's not just a warrior thing. They've done it with all the classes. So people are going to have to concern themselves with having more gear than they should have in order to build certain stats depending on what you want to do. But right now at level 50, I feel comfortable and confident that the gear is good for a warrior, especially with agility. You know, you have the raid helmet that has 7 agility. You have the breastplate with no agility, but the shoulders that drop in the enclave, they have 3 agility. Now, they used to have 6. So, I don't know why they cut that in half, but they did. And I think they want to control how much agility a person gets. But my agility is as high as it is because of my jewelry. We have 3 agility there, 3 agility there, 3 agility here, and then 1 agility here, but I can put on another agility earring and get 2 more points of agility. I just choose not to because this earring has strength and hit rating, so I choose this one over the 2 agility. So as far as stats, I believe I have the stats that I need as a warrior to do my job. And that would be truthful because I've killed I've killed everything I've come up to. The only thing I haven't killed is Apex, because I haven't faced Apex. I hear he's a tough fight. And Mage Lord in BRK. But I hear that's not that big of a deal. But I've never fought him, so I can't say that I would suffer against him. I'm pretty sure I'd kick his butt. But yes, I do feel like the Warrior's in a good place at the end game, or at least at the high level game, with gear, if you choose to go get it. I really hope they bring in the bind on equip and bind on pickup or whatever, because I really hope they don't get to a point where some high-level caster is just going to farm a bunch of gear and pass it off. That's not cool. So bring in the bind on equip, bring on the bind on pickup, make people play smart in the way they're supposed to, period. Leave it at that. Don't cry, don't whine, don't complain. Go jump on an EQ progression server that has free trade. Leave everybody else alone. Oh, you must be happy. Taming is 5. Oh, he didn't run. All right. We have to wait till our endurance is full before we can do it again, chat. Hopefully we get another skill up. Nope. He'll Vol pop back over and let us know. Yay, we got another skill up. I thought there was a horse over here, but I guess not. Oh, that just aggroed somebody. Yeah, somebody's over here with that one. I'm here. For sure. Okay. I got a hammer. No. Hang on. I have a two-handed axe, the heart cleaver. But last night somebody gave me a hammer, the tenderizer. Hello. So I have both. No, Crush has been given a few gifts past couple days. That's right. It's not cheating, it's streamer luck. Yeah. And he does play the warrior whenever we're not on our 50s, so, I mean, if you're looking for another option. Okay, I guess we're helping out, chat. Let's see how this goes. Why did I go up the lift? I'm not thinking. I need to go back down the lift. We gotta go back down now. You mainly use soot for your weapon of choice. Heard smolder was good as well. I don't have smolder yet. We've been down there a handful of times and we haven't had any luck. We killed him a few times a couple days ago and he didn't drop it. He kept dropping something else. I'd like to see a smolder just to test with it, but the soot blade does its job. Now, Krushiferous got gifted a weapon called the Tenderizer, which is interesting because it's a weapon that's not online, which leads me to believe that the person that gave it to me last night was the first person to get it. And it seems to have a stun proc, which is the first weapon of its type to have that. It says the weapon has a chance to disorient its target. So I don't know if that's a stun, an interrupt, or whatever. We tried to figure out last night. Oh, I gotta get my horse. That's why I came back here. Now, next time I'm on Krushiferous, I'll show you guys, which will probably be tomorrow or after this raid tonight. Oh yeah, that's the other thing. It is warrior only. Warrior is the only class on the weapon. And it has 36 damage whereas the Soot Blade has 33. Now, if I'm doing a raid or if I'm running a dungeon that's pretty serious, the Soot Blade may very well be the best option because it has the parry rating, the hit rating, the physical crit. Like it's designed to hit the mob. My thing that's interesting is whenever they have something that talks about an effect on an item, you think that something is there. So when you look at the description for the Soot Blade and you read it, it says, a sword that has seen better days, large and seemingly unwieldy in a single-handed grip, yet surprisingly easy to use despite its size. The weight it possesses is not a material one, as the draconic runes binding it flare. The burden on one's soul becomes heavier. Now here's the interesting part. Beneath the caked soot and damage, barely visible inscriptions dance down the length of the blade. It seems impossible to hone and polish by any normal means, but has remained keen. As foes strike at you, the soot swirls about, causing their blows to err. Err, E-R-R, means error, fail. So I'm wondering if that sword doesn't have some sort of built-in deflection or parry. I haven't been able to prove it yet, but whenever you read an item in this game and it talks about some kind of effect, the item has some kind of effect. So I do believe the Soot Blade does something, but I don't know what it does. But that last sentence is important. As foes strike at you, the soot swirls about it, causing their blows to err. So, to be determined. And it would kind of make sense, because a lot of weapons with this lore like... do we have it? I don't think we have it on us, right? Heart Cleaver doesn't proc, right? No. I don't think we have it on us. We don't. Krushnek has our spear. So on the Spear of Endless Frost, for example, it tells you that that it has a chance to proc Frost Slash, which it does based off of your dexterity stat. I mean, to me, the Spear of Endless Frost is the best warrior weapon in the game. Period. And some might say it's the best DPS weapon in the game. Even though there are weapons with higher DPS values, the proc on the spear is fantastic. So, you can't go wrong with the Spear of Endless Frost. That's a secret out of my mouth. So write that down. Pay attention. Get a Spear of Endless Frost. Never mind the Ichor Scorched Partisan. Never mind the Wind Blade. Never mind the Fell Spike. The Spear of Endless Frost, hands down, as far as I'm concerned, is the best weapon. Period. Even better than the Soot-Caked Blade. The only reason why Krushnek doesn't use a spear is because I had one, but I traded it to a rogue like 6 months ago, and I haven't seen that rogue since. But the Spear of Endless Frost is phenomenal. And if this hammer that Krushnek got doesn't turn out to be cool, beneficial, what have you, we'll be going back to the Spear of Endless Frost. So, which is funny because the Spear of Endless Frost comes off of level 30 content, or 31, 32 content. Whereas the Soot-Caked Blade comes off of level 45 plus, or 43 plus. They really weren't kidding when they said they wanted players to explore. Like, I remember seeing people whine and complain in Joppa's chat about how they would have their level 50 tune or 40 tune, and they were told that they'd have to run level 20 content to get a pair of gloves or a weapon or what have you. They really did an interesting job of spreading gear around and not letting people believe that because I'm level 40, my upgrades come from level 40 content. You know? It's pretty interesting. I like the idea. It'll force people to go everywheres, which is what their initial plan was anyhow. They don't want a linear path for you to progress. They want you to hit every zone and do stuff and kill stuff and find stuff and, get your best weapon from Wild's End, but then jump over to Silent Plains and get your best helmet, and then jump into Thronefast and get your best boots, and so on and so forth. Excuse me. We'll see how this goes. They had room, so we offered ourselves up to help these guys with Del Taco. I mean, it's pretty much what we do now. We just group it as dude. The sort of truth people that I hang out with, we're fantastic. We're mostly of a like mind. Like it's great. We don't care about dying. We don't care about wiping. We want to go everywheres. We're not min-maxing. We do ridiculous pulls. We have some pretty wild situations. Gotcha. Okay, hang on a second, chat. I hope these guys are successful. I want everybody to be successful going into this encounter. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. What just happened? Where was I? Oh. Excuse me. Alright, so we are not tanking, so should we two-hand? I wonder. Okay. Cooking cast? Yep, got him. I don't see a sure enough though. Are they on? Why was my movement speed increased? And I was just walking slow. That was weird. Group 6 is here. That's a cool teleport. I got Dragon Priested. I keep forgetting to ask if your guild accepts strays. Dude, we'll take anybody. I mean, keep in mind, we're not a large... We used to be one of, if not the largest guild on this server, but 90% of the people have gone as of 3 or 4 months. It's a long story. It has to do with the guild leader not being around and people not being able to organize anything. But there's like 7 or 8 of us that play kind of somewhat regularly, but not really. But yes, man, if you're looking for a guild, you're more than welcome to join. Just be aware that people might not be available all the time, because when everybody left the guild, we decided not to leave just because we were always hanging out with each other. That's all. Excuse me. Uh-oh. Is this heading to do TD? Yes, it is, Sade. Just having a home is nice. My old guild apparently dipped to a different game. I was in Fallen Crusade. Ah, okay, gotcha. Yeah, for sure, man, for sure. I don't know if... I don't think I have invite. I can try. Let me see. What's your tune's name? Or send me a tell on your tune and... Alright, let's see if this works. This might not work. This isn't my guild. Oh, it says you're already in a guild, if you just sent me a tell. Or whoever sent me that tell. It looks like the request sent. Did you get it? Nope, I don't have permission. I just got flagged. Hang on a second, let me see. Let me see if I can get a hold of somebody else. You might get it. You may get a guild invite from another tune. Just go ahead and accept it. There you go. For lower level warrior like mine, 25-ish, do you think it's better for stamina or strength stack? Got decent gear, trying to salvage jewelry. Strength. Go with strength. Strength powers your auto attack and strength powers your punish. Punish is going to be very important for you leveling and holding aggro. So go strength. I mean, if you can get strength and stamina, by all means. But if you have to make a choice between one or the other, strength is your priority. Excuse me. That goes for anybody else too. If anybody's in Pantheon and you're looking for a guild to hang out, chill, or what have you, again, don't think that everything's gonna roll out for you every time you log in. But if you're looking for a guild with some chill people to hang out with, we're taking invites. It's my favorite shot of the whole game. Right there. I love that shot. You can see the beveling over here. The shadows, the way they fall off at the bottom here. The lighting up here around the corner. Torch up here. Dude, it's my favorite shot of the whole game right here. I would have that almost as my wallpaper. Okay. Now, the important part. This is the sucky part, but we have to do it. Hey, Counter, what's happening? You prefer Paladin or Dialord as your second choice? I know Warrior's your favorite. So, I haven't really had a lot of time on a Dialord myself, but I've grouped with quite a few. The Dialord is pretty phenomenal. The Paladin's pretty cool too. Now, some people will complain that because they nerfed the Paladin's DPS recently, like a month ago or what have you, that the Paladin might kind of teeter off the skill. They don't. The Paladin and the Dialord are fantastic. However, if you don't want to have to worry about using Aegis and breaking Mezzes and CC, the Dialord was probably your jam because it's more not technical, more precision with the Dialord, because you have to pay attention to your active target, you have to know your phantoms are on your target, and if you switch off a target, you have to be ready to lose all your phantoms on the previous target to move to the next one. So there can be a lot more strategizing with the Dialord. With that respect, the Paladin can be more of a running class. Run in, drop your Aegis, start swinging, pop a heal, keep going, da-da-da-da. Dialord, you may pull and then you might have to try and gauge how your group is performing versus how you're holding aggro. When do you switch off to the next target? Do you wait till 10% health? Do you wait till 15% health? Do you wait till 2% health? Because that threat drops pretty quickly. So as far as deciding between one or the other, they're both comparable. However, me personally, the Paladin was just silly when it had the damage. The Paladin was just silly. Now, is the Paladin still silly? I don't know. I haven't logged Lancelot in yet to actually do some stuff with him. I might actually do that. I've been thinking about that just to see. But it depends on whether you're not really concerned. Like, if you group with regular people, if you group with static people, like a normal group of people, like your circle, Paladin's probably the most fun. Because if you break Mez, you've got the jovialness of the people that you hang out with. If you don't, you tend to do pickup groups and whatnot. You might want the Dialord for the more preciseness, because that will also control the rest of the group. And what I mean by that is, when you start pulling one target and building threat, and there's only one target there, you're not necessarily going to have somebody run up and grab 3 or 4 for you to try and grab at the same time, right? Because they would need to follow your lead, because you can typically only do one target at a time with your phantoms. With that said, I would go Paladin. If I were to play another tank, I won't be, but if I were to focus on another tank, I think it'd be the Paladin. And the other reason I say that is, the Paladin is the only other class that can use a shield. Now, the Paladin doesn't have any shield type abilities, but when I tank, I prefer to have a shield in my offhand. It's just something up here. It's programming. It's nothing but programming. I don't need to hear people defending the Dialord. I understand how they function. Again, I just told you, I group with a bunch of them and I've killed everything in the game with them. But for a Paladin, it's always cool to have a shield in your offhand. And I know they have the freedom to use two-hand, and I know a lot of people do use the two-hand, but I like having a shield in the offhand. Okay, we have everything down that I need to. Yes. Oh, gotta take light source off. Oh, we gotta swap out our resists. 5 disease 9. We'll keep that. So disease is up to 27. Where's all my disease stuff? Oh, it's over here. What's it doing over there? Now, this is the part I don't like because I have to take off all my agility stuff in order to put my resists up. So they need to have a they need to. Now, I haven't seen some of the newer gear that's in the game right now, but they need to do a better job with agility for the warrior. I don't like having to cripple my agility for other stuff, especially when no other class really does that or has to do that right now. I use a two-hand on my paladin low level, not tank. You'll use two-hand all the way through to 50. Once you get a war gavel, you won't look back. A lot of paladins use war gavels. I may join some of my tunes to your guild. Are you guys in the most popular server? Yes. The main server really is Stormona. And yes, we are there. Is gavel better than glacial war axe? I like the gavel more than the glacial war axe, yes. So my opinion, yes. It's also cool that the war gavel has the light source. Light source is pretty bright. I don't see a lot of rangers when you group. Is that because rangers don't add much to the... No. So the enchanter that I group with now typically was a ranger for like the last 8 months. I've run with rangers all the time. Rangers are fantastic. They're fantastic for their DPS. They're fantastic for their scouting. And the cool thing is they're fantastic for their pets that I didn't even realize they had back in the beginning. I do. Yeah, rangers are fantastic. I've grouped with quite a few of them. I also like how rangers operate with the whole engage-disengage mechanic. I think that's pretty cool. I'm so sad. I had a Glacial War Axe on my pallet 2 days ago. DC came back. It was poof from my bags. Oh, no. I do kind of wish they'd change up how the dual wield. I can't remember the ability off the top of my head, but it works in such a way. For Rangers to use two-hand instead. I've heard that. I've heard that Rangers use two-hand. Now, here's what I will say. Wait until the reset to see what they do with weapon types, right? The way they're going to rework the way you train with your weapon, you might not have to worry about that. Now, in the meantime, you could always run with the two-hander. Most of the Rangers I've been with, most of the Rangers I've run with use two-hand. Or have used two-hand. Now, see, fully buffed right now. Strength is 43, stamina is 54, constitution is 44. Agility would be higher. Agility would be around 43, but I had to take off my agility for resists. Stats are pretty good on the warrior at the end game. It's the 1 to 30 that I still think needs work. There's Del Taco. Now I'm hoping this crew is successful. We'll see how it goes. It may take a few pulls. We might get it first time. I'm not sure. But I'm just here to enjoy the raid. That's all. And then once this is done, I think we'll be getting into something else. We need to get Krushiferous up there so I can start bringing him instead. I was going. Excuse me. I hope the longer time to kill will make the Ranger's scout pet more useful. Dude, the longer time to kill is going to help a lot of people. It'll help Necros feel valued in their dot damage over time. And I mean, really, any class that has to ramp up stuff, hopefully it, you know, it makes it more engaging. Yes, but only in the bank, Cross. Only in the bank. If somebody trades you an item that you already have and it stacks, you still have to move it afterwards. But they turned it on in the bank a few months back. So it's been working for probably 5 months now. 5-6 months. They just haven't fixed the auto stacking everywhere. My understanding is it's a bigger job than people might think it is to get it done, and I mean, hopefully they get around to it. It would be nice to see it fixed on the reset. I'm not looking for it, and it's not high on my list, but I would love to come back on the reset and find out that the new build of the game has auto stacking fixed. But I do believe it's a big issue, or it's a more serious issue for them, because they have to go into the framework of the game to change it. So, I think they're trying to limit their headaches at the moment. I mean, really, it's not that big. I mean, it's not that big of a deal. The fact they got it working for the bank that's the most important part. I want to use the axe for this fight, but I don't want to use the axe because I don't want to take more damage for the healers. I don't want to make the healer's job difficult. I want to take Heart Reaver out. We're doing it. We're doing it. Executive decision. We'll correct it in post. Dude, the haste makes this axe feel so satisfying. Every thud. It's pretty good DPS though. Okay, phase 2. Comes haste. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Fantastic. That's a win. Great job, everybody. Fantastic. Fantastic. You couldn't ask for that to be any smoother. We had some good luck with those embers. Those embers ended up on the other side of the room. I could have made Bob's a die. True, true. This is fun, man. I'm always down for a raid. I'm always down for a raid. Hey, no lugging, boss. I tell you, man, when Sword of Truth shows up, people are successful. That's all I can tell you. I'm just kidding. Well, I'm not kidding. That was perfect. That was smooth. I always enjoy seeing people get her dead. What else did we have? What am I missing? Oh, cooking. Excuse me. Okay, here we go again. Now, if this one, for whatever reason, goes sideways, I don't know what to tell you. You guys just saw a flawless run, so I'm hoping this is the same thing. Wow, 55 stamina. That's the highest my stamina's been. We're going back in with the axe. We're definitely going back in with the axe. I wonder, should we do this? Ooh, let's see. Let's see. Where are you? It's gonna be a problem. We're gonna run out of battle points. I don't care. I didn't see myself take a whole lot of damage on that one. What else can I add for damage? me over 40. Why not? Well, that was weird. Oh my goodness. Man, it's too much. I don't know. People are moving. 276 damage on a cleave? I've never seen numbers that high. Oh, my group's dead. I'm dead. I didn't realize my group was dead. Relax. Hopefully they still pull it off. Hopefully they still pull it off. I wasn't watching where the damage was coming from. It had to have been the previous stage. They got this. They got this. Her health is moving pretty cool. Now don't put it on top of them. They got it. They got it. They only got to get her down to here and she'll change. There you go. Another victory. I was doing so good, man. I hit every ability there. No pause or delay in the auto attack. I think I deleted my bookmarks for resources on this game. The quintessential MMO experience is to be a healer and die, then have people tell you to heal them. Right, right? Yeah. Oh. Who am I missing? Oh. You're gonna break this game for all rogues when I get a hold of masteries? Yeah. Masteries will definitely be interesting. No, not yet, Sade. Not yet. That's a goal I would like to do, but not yet. I wouldn't mind going around to a few places just to see what they drop. I feel like they need to add something else to Wild's End. The knoll is nice, but if they're keeping it, the second tier backstab increases weapon damage to 200. I'm walking slow again. What is making me walk slow? Oh, okay, now I'm fast again. That's weird. I think we're gonna go back to a bit of disease resist. There's the Wild Mountain boots. They have claws for toes. 250. I like how everybody has the tink, 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 and I have the thunk. Phase 3. Oh, I'm taking damage. Success. Yes, that's all 3 shards. Thank you, thank you. Pretty successful. All first pulls. Or one pulls. Yeah, two-hand didn't work for us for DPS, man. That's not good. God, I tell you, man, masteries better be something when they come out for the warrior. That's ridiculous. I did less damage doing everything there with two-hand than I do with sword and shield. We'll have to see how it goes in group content. How you guys in chat doing? What's going on? Excuse me. Summoning corpses in AVP. Currently transplanting some dragon fruit from pots to trellis. Oh, there you go. Cool. We got the chess piece. 6 stamina. That's crazy. Stamina's 55. That's ridiculous. Look at these stats, man. 43, 55, 39, 45, 38. There you go, Chad. That's what an endgame tank is going to look like currently. Now, mind you, we're still missing a couple slots that we need upgrades on. We need new boots, we need new legs, we need new wrists, and we need new gloves. This is interesting. I can't wait to start killing a bunch of stuff to see what else we can get to drop. It was a great evening, man. It was fantastic to be able to do the raid 3 times. Never mind the loot, just the being here. They're just sorting out loot now, chat. That's why we're just chilling here for a minute. I'll tell them. I just told them. I have it. Cool, man. That's cool. Loot was had by, well, I say loot was had by all, but loot was had by some. Only one item went to an alt, and I think it was the tank helm. Which is crazy, but that goes to show how few warriors there are. Actually, if we do who all... no. I have the helm. Those are my okay, so there are bracers, and the bracers come from her. Okay, so we know where the bracers come from. I didn't know she dropped bracers. Apparently she drops bracers for me. We'll have to keep that in mind. We'll have to keep helping people out with this raid content. Yeah. Okay. I don't think so. We can turn our graphics back up and look at this beautiful game. I know, right? I'm on the wrong tune. I was going to run a Throne Fest on this guy. I should be on the other tune. I'm on the wrong tune. That's what happens, chat, when you have two warriors. People are going to think I'm nuts, man. Why you got two level 50 warriors? I don't know. I played them differently. What can I tell you? Let's start with that. See who we have and get over there. Yeah. Agility. We're wearing agility? Okay. Con is kind of low. Why is our con so... Oh yeah, here's that weapon I was talking about. This is called the Tenderizer. So again, it's not recorded online unless it's already been done or someone's going to do it right now. But that's the weapon. It's a mace, 36 damage, 2 strength, 2 stamina, and has a chance on hit to disorient the target. And I have no idea what that means. I don't know if it's a stun, an interrupt, or whatever. Excuse me. But it's warrior only. You'd be surprised how much airflow I need. We're gonna try the hammer anyways and see how it works. If it's all right, we might stick with it if I'm noticing that it's doing something to abilities or to the mob. But if not, we're going to go back to the spear. Isn't disorient a primer for technique? That's what I thought. But didn't they remove that when they removed all the different ways to open and close on somebody? Actually, can we disorient with disarming? No, it's grappled. Yeah, I'm not sure if disorient is still in. Excuse me. Dom 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 dom. Hey Chad, have you guys seen that video where Kevin Hart and Snoop Dogg were doing the Olympics and they had the equestrian show horses pop up and the horse was doing the different prances and Snoop Dogg was talking about crip walking? That video's so good. If you get a chance, go to YouTube and look up Kevin Hart, Snoop Dogg, Olympics, horses. Snoop Dogg had never seen a show horse equestrian. Oh, I don't know if you guys have seen it, but this horse starts doing these different prances for the competition, and Snoop is digging it. You have a technique that creates disorient if you use a blunt? That could be it then, because this is a blunt weapon. Maybe it's disorient and I just don't need an opener. What does disorient do, Cross, if you wouldn't mind? If you mouse over it, what does it say disorient does? You're bigger than the horse? I know, right? I have an issue with that. They used to have a bug where the longer you were on your mount, the smaller you got. So your horse would stay the same size and you would shrink. I got to the point where I was like very small on a horse. They fixed it, but it was an interesting bug that makes you wonder how it happened in the first place. Hey, believe me, you don't want me. Yeah, you don't want me too aggressive from that end. Not letting you mouse over it. Hey, do any of you have a technique that adds disorient on an expose? Yeah, no, but I mean on the tunes that you guys are on right now. Like, can you actively mouse over a skill that has disorient and let me know what it does? No. Okay. And what does it say it does? Oh, that's weird. Why wouldn't it tell you what it does? What? Yes, which is what I think my hammer does without an opening, but I don't know what disorient does to the target. Disorient's not an opening. Disorient's a follow-up. No, disorient, knockdown, grappled, they're all closers. Expose and force are the openers. I don't even know if force exists anymore, but expose and force were the openers. Right, but not now, though. Not now. Right? Because most of them were taken out. Right. So even the force skill now says exposed? Okay. So we have no idea what disorient does. That's weird. Because I'm thinking this hammer does that state without needing expose. Enchanters can use disorient with their delayed wound technique to double the damage. Quite a few months ago, Cross. So the technique bar here used to be really cool. And it kind of goes back to EverQuest 2. I won't go into it for those who never played EverQuest 2 because you won't know what I'm talking about. But with the technique bar here, back about 6 months ago, they had it set up that there were roughly like, God, there were 4 or 5 different starters for techniques, and then there were like 16 closers. And what I mean by that is, melee would have an ability like exposure, which puts the target in an exposed state. So when we use this, it doesn't do any damage, but you'll see the debuff show up on the mob. When that debuff shows up, other classes will have an ability that utilizes exposed to debuff the mob. It could be lowers AC, slows the mob, lowers healing, so on and so forth. Oh, hang on. Someone's talking. But so you reading that right now makes this hammer really weird for me because it seems like why would I hit something to disorient it to CC it because I'm going to hit it again? I don't. Anyhow, back in the beginning for the expose system, for the technique system, when you were grouped with different classes, you would talk out who was going to do what. You would say, okay, I have how many exposes do we have in the group? Oh, we have 3 exposes. Okay, what are we going to do? Well, if we're fighting casters, let's slow down their healing. Let's slow down their casting. If we're dealing with melee, let's drop their AC. So you would figure out who's going to expose and who's going to close. The problem is, a lot of whiners and complainers, and sorry for the offense, but take offense because I loved this technique system before they changed it. But they changed it because a bunch of people whined and complained about never being able or never communicating with other people to work out what to open with and what to close with. So what VR had to do was dumb it down for everybody. So they made it so that everybody pretty much just exposes, and then there are 2 or 3 or 3 or 4 different closers for effects, and that's it. So there used to be this much to do, and then they made this much to do. And it's because people complained about not working. But yeah, I also read it makes CCing the mob easier or longer, but I don't see anything. Yeah, that's a weird hammer. What can't be mezzed? Iron-willed, right? I wonder if I hit an iron-willed with the debuff and then someone tried to mez it. Like, I could swing on an ad that's iron-willed and hold it, and then when it procs, I could shut off my auto attack and say, try to CC it, or go ahead and CC it, and then see. I don't know, that seems like a lot of nonsense. Like, I could see it in a non-tank situation, because as I said, with all the information I'm getting from you guys and other sources, Disorient seems to me like if it makes CCing easier, why would a warrior have a warrior-only weapon? Yeah, yeah. Hey, Papa, what's going on? Pretty cool in the raid, eh? What'd you think? Did I hear correctly? That was your first time there? That's cool, man. I'll say one thing. It's too bad you didn't witness what it was like to wipe over and over again. I mean, you had it pretty good tonight. Yeah, because I'm thinking, you know, in a non-tank situation, it could be, you know, oh, we've pulling 2 iron-willed. All right, I'll hit it, and then when it's debuffed, I'll let you know, and then you try and... But, I mean, even then, I'm not even sure how long it stays on the target for. Yeah. I'm in Throne Fast. I don't know if anybody started anything. Missed the raid. You were wrestling with Tab. I died in the first one because the computer froze. Yeah. Regardless of what they were saying in chat, I'm going to tell you right now, Papa, even like if you plan on streaming the raid or what have you, or even if you just jump into the raid, whether you have a 10K PC or not, everything comes off. So when you go into your settings, you go to graphics, all your slider bars go down to 0. You don't need them. Turn off visual effects, and then come down here and change the render to low. That's all you got to do. Once you do that, you'll be able to deal the fight. The thing you won't be able to do is see the fire rings when the embers come out. So if you're the one looking for the embers, you'll have to pay attention to the little round glowing embers. Don't you have Feign Death that works all the time? Oh. You ran across the spiders? Here's what I'll say to this. During seasons and in the beginning of early access, I was known as he who trips over spiders because every time I ran through AVP, I hit a spider at nighttime because you couldn't see anything and you had to watch for their beady little eyes. So the fact that Snapper just ran across the spider bluff and got attacked by, like, that just makes me happy because at nighttime it's so light now to see everything. So, oh yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Oh no, there's still one here. Excuse me. I figured that out. Raiden Pantheon is not all optimized yet. No, it's not. No, it's not. I think as a healer, I just listen to the Discord and move when they say. There you go. That's one of the things about that fight. There's not really a whole lot of moving involved unless for some reason an Ember shows up next to you. The Dark Age was amazing. Yes, it was, Cross, and I wish they'd bring it back. I wish people would be paranoid and whine and complain and get all fidgety when they try and run through AVP at midnight and they can't see anything, so they wait for the spiders to turn around so you can see their two little eyes to know that there's a spider there. Now, no matter what time of day it is, I can see everything for a mile. But come on. What kind of wusses are you guys? You guys being those of you who complained about how dark it was. You're a bunch of wusses. Take offense. Adults. Your children. Your children, I tell you. Your children. Bring back the night. Well, to be fair, that's a dev fail because they could have included night vision. Right, yes, yes. I didn't know there was a Wednesday, but I will sign up. I need a Cinder Cleave. Yeah. Looks like we got another raid, chat. We'll be raiding on Wednesday too, I think. I'm going to label us the pass-arounds. That's what I'm going to call ourselves, the pass-arounds. I think I'm sticking with labeling us the pass-arounds. See? I'm telling you. Yeah, we did. Really hard. We lost just about everybody. Well, over time we lost everybody. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da-ba. Telling you, chat, some cool people in this game, period. No matter what anybody complains, trolls, or whines about. Cool stuff going on. Look, my agility is my highest stat by a mile. I mean, the real answer is because I'm Krushnek, but I'll say we all did our fair share to... I'm telling you, man, any dummy, no offense but offense, any dummy who doesn't respect the resist in this game is a dummy. I don't care who you are. I don't care if you're min-maxing gear for your DPS stats or your healing stats. If you don't respect resists, you're a dummy. Period. Look in a mirror, you're a dummy. It's full. There's just 4 of us. They're popping consumables. There's got to be consumables with shock resistance, because you can't change gear in combat. Cares here. Yeah, the rogue is phenomenal. Dudes, the rogue has been phenomenal for a long time. I grouped with 2 rogues back in January, February of last year, and let me tell you, they put on lessons. We went from the Goblin Caves to Halnirs. Dude, rogues were fantastic back then. Like, people want to say that classes were broken. Skills might not have been working exactly, but I have grouped with all classes over the last 3 years, almost 3 years, and we've killed everything we've come up against with all different class makeups. For people to say classes are broken or aren't working or blah whatever, you're not playing your class right. That's the bottom line. That's the only answer. Because again, like I said, I've constantly killed everything we've come across with all types of people, every single class. I've done 1 healer groups, I've done 2 healer groups, I've done 3 healer groups. Yeah, like, man, people just need to think more. It's too bad because I have 1 mana regen, so there's hope. Is that what I have? No, I don't have a relic. What's giving him mana regen? Oh, Whisper of Talon the Enchanter. You think when it's cast, you think the game would send me a message that says, ha 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 ha. See, there's the proc there. Tenderized. There it is again. For those who haven't been near undead so far in the game, like as for the last month, this is the new gloom effect they added to the undead ruins. This ground mist, or this gloom mist on the ground. Now, my understanding is that gloom is supposed to do damage later, and it's supposed to really hurt. Yeah. Yeah, just different message. Yours says confused and unaware, and mine says tenderized. Something good. Look, now both of the disorients are on. I don't know what this hammer does. I don't think it does anything. I think I'm going back to the spear. Mounts are kind of crazy, just the thought, so used to running the whole world. Yes, Cross, I agree. I agree. The group didn't finish off the running spider, so the running spider grabbed the ghouls. Mm-hmm. There's a skeleton off to the side that Vol just hit. So, when they're ready, this gloom is supposed to have a negative impact on us. Whether it's a debuff or damage, I'm not sure. Yeah. Yep. Excuse me. Trying to see if we can get some drops out here, chat. We were told to come out here and kill everything. I mean, on 2 of those pulls, we had her in like 5 minutes because my banner was still up for the most part. Yeah. It might not have seemed that long, but I didn't have to put the banner down more than twice on one pull. Second. People... Because other people were pulling aggro repeatedly. I'd have to go back and double check, but... Yes. Excuse me. I saw that coming. Spear is not main hand, right? No, it's not. Wait, really? Oh. Interesting. I didn't know there was a perception trigger here. StarCraft, Warcraft, Blizzard, Hearthstone, Diablo. Yes. Terrans. You can see the gloom goes up to, like, our boots. It's not just on the ground that you're running on top of. Where are we? We're in a place known as the Graveyard Counter. There are other graveyards throughout the game, but this is known. When someone says, looking for group for GY, this is the location. This is in Thronefast. This is a high-level area up and away from everything else in Thronefast. It's around the area of the fort. Excuse me. You've been there once. It needs more mobs to fully support a group. Yes. Also, this is daytime. Different mobs spawn at night. That's what we're waiting for, is the night spawns. Wow. And I don't have any snow at all. I was outside with no jacket today. They can't now. Yeah, but then I would have to I'd have to respond if you guys were asking me. That's pretty close. Nope, but I'm sure it's still there. People aren't looking hard enough. Have you read up on ogre lore? I know about the 7 books of rule that govern the ogres. I know about them being raised between the Barrow Dark and Broken Maw. They're huge on honor. They don't like individuals that cave or give up. Like if I was dueling you and I had the upper hand and it was a fight to the death and I decided not to kill you, that's a bad thing. That can get me kicked out or exiled. That's why I'm looking forward to Rainfall when the reset happens. When they bring Rainfall in, I'm hoping they move Barrow Dark over there and they allow us to get over there. Or maybe that's where ogres will spawn and maybe they'll have 1 or 2 zones already over there for them. They might not be fleshed out, but it could exist. I mean, we have the better whiskey. That's not even a conversation, so. All of our alcohol up here destroys the States, hands down, all the way around. What that tells me is someone got their panties in a twist and whined. Oh yeah, aren't you in that? Yeah. You're in that area. Right. Is that stuff happening near you? Okay. Yeah, I remember that. Get anything? Hey, no Mario, what's happening? No, nothing yet. We're still killing. I think it's still daytime. Let me see. Yeah, it's still daytime. It's 4 p.m. at the moment. If you're talking about on the raid, Krushnek was handed a hammered iron breastplate like the one Crushifers is wearing now. What are you doing? You watching the game? Really? It's up to 4? Nope. The internet finds them and then they're being moved out. At the graveyard? No, nothing yet. Nothing's dropped. It's just been trash mobs. I think we had the placeholder twice. But I'm not even sure if anything spawns during the day, as far as a named goes. If anything's going to drop, it's going to be the nighttime stuff for sure. Yep. I gotta mute the stream a minute, chat. Hang on. Oh, never mind. No, I don't. Okay, I'm back, chat. Sorry. Some stuff had to be discussed. Couldn't have it on stream. I didn't hear that. Did that just happen? Uh-oh. I think I just messed up my mic. Hang on a second. 1, 2, 3, 4. Am I loud enough? I might not be loud enough. Am I too quiet, chat? Hang on. Is that good? Are we good now? Am I too loud? I just messed up a slider. Let me know if I'm too loud and I'll turn myself down. Or if I'm too quiet, I'll turn myself up. No, Sounds good? Okay. That scared me for a minute because dude, I didn't mean to grab hold of the slider and all of a sudden it disappeared. And I'm like, uh-oh. I just turned my mic off. Thanks, Archon. Oh, lag. Nighttime change. That's not going to stop them. Shriek up. Okay, now we get into the content. Awesome. Oh. I thought you were going to say it's because so many people were outside. I do. You guys are a popular place, man. I do. Just... Sorry, I'm just gonna cut in for a second. Keep your train of thought. There's a Wanderer's hat that I looted. Leather, Monk, Rogue, 27 AC, 3 Strength, 3 Dex, 5 Wisdom, 5 Intellect, 36 Dodge. Okay, so grats to Vol then. I'll trade it to you after this fight. They might have a unique graphic, so you should put it on. Six charisma. Oh, it's a head item. Interesting. Necromancer only. A Shrieker's Shrieking Shriek Scarf. Okay, we're gonna start seeing some of the new loot now, chat. Oh yeah, Namaste can use it. Thank you, sir. They do. No. That's okay. My Necro's... Oh no, Namaste, he's 19. I gotta see it. Where are you? Oh, there's no hack graphic? Oh no. Oh? $45 damage? Holy smokes. I do. My pally's level 30. I think we're going to see a bunch of this stuff drop while we're here. Stuff's dropping too frequently. See? I'll take it. Interesting. Wish I could do a server transfer. My main's not in stream on it. Start a new tune. Yes, for sure. Start a new tune. With the bonus XP for the next 3 to 6 months, dude, you're golden. Is solo viable now? To a point. I mean, I've done a lot of soloing on little Krushnek, a warrior, up to level 20 or whatever he's at right now. I haven't had any issues. And that's as a warrior. I take out the elite orcs with very little difficulty, including the runecasters. So I would say solo is viable. Is it preferred? No. What was that? Well, it was mezz until I switched and started hitting it. You said it was still alive. I thought it was almost dead, so I automatically switched. I didn't realize it still had most of his health. Holy! Look how big that sword is. Look at the size of this katana or whatever this is. Look at how high it goes up in the air. That is wild. Yeah, yeah. Look at that sword. That's fantastic. Oh my. Delay is 3.4, so it's actually not bad. A lot of two-handers are like 4.3. I think it's bigger than the Icebone two-hander from Angor. I think it's bigger than the War Gavel too. Because I don't have a shield, so I'm not like building the threat that I normally do because I wanted to see what the sword looked like. You're doing a good job though. This sword is so big. Look at the top of it. You could put more than another one of me on top of me. You could put 2.5 of me. Key drops are always constant in the graveyard at night. All the Rastafarians here drop them. Yeah. It's normal to see a bunch of them. No! Break! Till daytime! Excuse me. I always loved what they did with You Gotta Write, and then a few years ago they had Will Ferrell and Elijah Wood do, I forget the name of the song, but it was them in the future, like 20 years later. Make Some Noise, I think is what it was called. Yeah, you watch the first one, and then you watch that one. They crawl out of the room at the end, and they crawl into the new video. Trying to get those legs. We're trying, Sade. We're trying. No luck so far, but we got a ridiculous ninja sword. That's the sword there, the Wanderer's Ghost Blade. It's got a crazy graphic. We just got the monk hat. We'll give that to Namaste. It's pretty good. Strength, Dex, and Whiz. He's like, stop being lazy. He's like, man, I guzzled this. That's what she said. Excuse me. Two shrieks. Placeholder model. Interesting. 45 damage, 3.3 delay. It says it's blade. Isn't blade one-handed? There's no way there's a one-handed 45 damage sword for a paladin. Blade is typically one hand. Great blade is two hand. Lag. Oh, is it changing to daytime? Daytime. Switch to day. All right, man. I think so, Nomari. I think we just had somebody. Buddha had to take off for the evening for work. Are you in game? Did you want to come out here while we're here? We're on the Stormona server. For Shoresade, we got a spot open. Send me a tell when you get in. I got a couple people, I think, to fill the spots in the group. I think, it's daytime. It's 7 a.m. I didn't even know till you said it. I wasn't even watching. You are, but you're playing on a monk? Okay, gotcha. Nope, no problem. Keep playing on your monk, man. Keep doing your thing. Yep. Looks like we have a 42 monk, but they're 15 minutes out. Need to get my guys up while double XP and then check out the higher content? Yes, you do. Yes. There's quite a bit to see. Don't listen to the complainers. Don't listen to the naysayers and the whiners. They're full of baloney. They're not the good kind. I don't know, but we don't know. It might have been in Tells. We were there when it was written. Well, I have a problem. I got too much gear. I don't know what to get rid of to make room. Foxtail can go. I don't know what else drops out here. Okay, Sade. Let me know when you're in. I mean, I'd be all for it. I'm just thinking it'd be nice to have reliable heals. I'm not dead. As we're fighting daytime mobs. Put on the big whacker. I'd prefer the reduction of AC by 20%. You know, in this gloom, the sword kind of matches the breastplate. I know. What shard are we? What shard are we on? We're on 2, right? 2. Excuse me. I think he thought you meant level. Sticky finger, yeah, well, I mean, he's usually the first to fill up. Nobody else loots. I never loot. The reason why he's looting so much here is because a lot of the nighttime mobs here drop keys for the chests, and while he's on most often than the rest of us, he runs around and tries to find boxes every now and then. I never bother with them. I wish they weren't in the game, but Last I played, boxes didn't have keys. Really didn't like them anyways. Yeah. Yeah, I was never a real fan of the crates, and the reason being is there are classes who just can't maneuver to get to them, even if they have the keys, or not, to try and open them, right? You'd have to be in a group, so it limits a lot of people. So a lot of the stealthers would just come in, run around all the boxes and loot them all. A group would be clearing in a hallway, and they could be 2 mobs away from looking at a chest, and a rogue or somebody will run up and just loot the box and go. So they got a lot of dislike about that feature. I didn't care one way or the other, but a lot of people cared. A lot of people got disheartened when they were clearing to a box in a group and then someone just came along and looted it. Remember being in Goblin Caves group, seeing a rogue slip past us, loot the box. Yeah. I mean, people will sit there and go, yeah, but they had rogue stealth in there for blah, blah, blah. Yes, they did have it in there for a reason, but it wasn't for that. It was to be able to scout and check out locations and be able to let the group know what's being pulled and what's spawned where and what's aggro. It's just unfortunate that the byproduct was that rogues would just run around and loot all the boxes. That's a cool appeal. That's so awesome. What mace is that? Oh, is that Smolder? That's Smolder. I've seen that. That's Smolder. I need Smolder. Yeah. Okay. I need Smolder. Excuse me. Excuse me. I mean, I can get a second one. Excuse me. Will you guys shut up? I can tell you this. I had faith. If anybody has faith with this game, it's me. They actually said group of individuals. Statues go up all over the game world. Yeah, statues go up. I believe so. That's going all the way back to like 2015, but yes. I stopped playing when my guild quit, watching from the sidelines though, wishing the spring update revitalizes the game. Hey, look man, I'm gonna be honest. I'll be happy if everybody who's playing the game right now is still here in the reset. If new people show up, by all means. But if people show up that aren't ready to understand that the game is still being developed, they really should go play something else. But yes, I agree. Hey Elite, how long does it take to hit max level in this game? Right now double XP makes it easy. As far as how long does it take, depends on how long you play. If you have 8 to 10 hours a day to play, you'll get to level 50 within a month. If you don't, it'll probably be 2 months. Once they do the spring reset, probably take it 4 months. I hope it takes 4 months. For anybody who only gets to play 4 or 5 hours, 4 or 5 times a week, I hope it takes 4 months for them to level. Anybody who goes around saying, oh, I'd be level 50 in 3 weeks, you are dumb, you didn't enjoy the game, and you didn't see the content. Don't come at me because I'm right and you're wrong. Like, that's just what it comes down to, period. There's a lot to see in this game, but you have to go out and see it. Excuse me. Friend were arguing how long it would take to level. I mean, once they do the spring reset and the XP curve changes, it will take longer. So there will be a grind in the spring. You will not be max level in a couple of weeks. It won't happen. Excuse me. I don't know about that. They took the Helm of the Dragon Knight back to the drawing board and made it look... yeah. Not worse. It's a little bit better, but it's nowhere near what it's supposed to be to match everything else. And when you're a Barbie like me, it sucks. You're right. And it doesn't even match the new breastplate I have that drops off the Ash Sentinel. So there's no defense there either. I know. I want them to do it so Yeah. Yeah. EQ2 had, with your character, you didn't just have your equipment slots, but you had an appearance slot next to each equipment slot, so you could put on clothes to dress up, so to speak. I wish I could get the whole BRK armor here to show over top of the armor that I'm wearing, because, again, I'm a huge Barbie, so stuff needs to look good. Yeah. I mean, I get not having something like that in a PvP-based game because you want to be able to know what your opponent's wearing. But in a game like this, dude, an appearance slot would go so well. Okay. Excuse me. Yes, Archon. I sing praises about EQ2 all the time. EQ2 had a lot of stuff. They had a rough start, yes, but EQ2 had some phenomenal stuff going for it. You know, after the first 4 years, 3-4 years. To this day, it's still my favorite game for group dungeons and raiding. Now that's under SOE, so that's like the first 6 expansions. But that EQ2's rating beats everybody. WoW, all of it. EQ2's rating was just phenomenal. It was very challenging, very technical. Everybody, for the most part, had to work together, unless you were all overgeared or overpowered for the content. Yeah, EQ2 hands down. Their raid team was just magic. Their raid team should have done every raid in every game ever. Maybe they do, I don't know. But... And I have played everything. So, before somebody says, oh, blah blah blah, it's no better than Final Fantasy 14 or DA, whatever. Yes, yeah, I've played it. And yes, it is. The EQ2 team, raid team, under SOE, was a phenomenal team, period. Hands down, full stop, end of sentence. Or end of story. Nobody beat it. And yeah, and the fact that they came out with X2s so that you could have smaller raids, oh my goodness, dude. Phenomenal. And they were just as challenging as the full raids, the X4s. Excuse me. As you can tell, chat, we're still fighting the cough. Excuse me. It's not as bad, but it's still there. I wish I could jump into EQ2 from the beginning, go through the 6 expansions with a guild that rated, did everything legit, just to show people what I was talking about. Sounds like, whatchamacallit. Yeah, DoorDash. No. Stay right here in the group and keep killing and just call DoorDash. What's the best that could happen? Say no to dry skin. $2 p.m. It was the deer. Excuse me. That's right. That's right. Don't forget about the Clawfoots in AVP, that little village where they were invisible, like, since the beginning of time. Oh, I must have missed that. So apparently that's some kind of watchtower outpost. Somebody asked about that in Joppa's stream last week. have no idea. People probably haven't brought it to their attention. Yep, I wouldn't put it past them. Remember, the last 2 months they've probably undergone quite a shift with bringing people on and priorities and new content. So, excuse me. Yeah, a viewer. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's part of the last update, like the flying around souls that you see, and then if you go to the teleport areas and the bind stones, you'll see little sprites floating down and around that never used to before. They went through and did a bunch of graphical stuff on the last update, where they changed the light or modified the lighting. So they brought in a bunch of graphical stuff that you see. You might not notice it right away, but some places you'll go, "Oh, that looks new." Chances are it is. You should tell them. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, Vol's noticed a face on these souls flying around. Oh, excuse me. Should change tonight in a minute. No, it's... Oh, wait, what? Oh, yeah, you're right. No. Is it? Is it 7 a.m.? I thought it was 6 p.m. 6 to 6. Well, we'll find out in about 30 seconds. Yeah, it must be 7. Numbers are hard. I don't really loot. Excuse me. Really? I've been going robotic? Oh. Yeah, for real though. Excuse me. She enjoys Chi Storm by the seashore. Excuse me. Well, Warriors goes to 35, but we have to land all 4 levels. If Corrosive Brew high level goes on before we finish Strike of Breaking, it takes, or it precedes Strike of Breaking, so it doesn't complete. Those are really the main ones you have to worry about. Right. And I think the difference there is Corrosive Brew, I believe, has a longer cooldown than it does for a warrior to spin up Strike of Breaking again, right? Isn't it like 40 seconds or something? Right. My favorite shot is still looking at the inside of the Enclave Temple from the platform that Del Taco's on. Yep. I agree. It's my favorite spot, even above Wild Mound. as far as aesthetic goes. Yep. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, we spend a lot of time in there. Yeah, we spend a lot of time in there. Oh, hey, do you ever? I never played EQ. Used to run with a bunch of DOC guys. WoW Classic, 1114 ESO. How do you find the design of this game modern enough in some ways 2026? If you can wrap your head around the art style, this game is what you would consider your traditional EQ/WoW MMORPG. It has its technical aspects. It has its challenging aspects. I've been playing the game nonstop. I've been playing the game for better part of 3 years. I can't seem to stop playing. I'm here pretty much every day. If you wanted to see the status of the game or all the areas in the game, you could go to my YouTube and click on the live tab and you'll see like 400 videos of this game. Like my entire early access is up there. Pretty much every day. If you wanted to check it out. But I'm thoroughly enjoying it. I have my issues, and it's more or less with recent changes made to the game to make it more accessible for people who like to complain about everything as opposed to do their own homework. But outside of that, I have a lot of fun. There's a lot of people playing it. There's a lot of great people that are in the game currently. They're fantastic to group with. Like we're having a bunch of laughs right now, even though you guys can't hear it. And it's just, yeah. It's fantastic. It's what I'm looking for the next MMORPG. I know Ashes is out there. I know Camelot's trying to come out with their sequel or what have you. I know all the games that are out there. Monsters and Memories, yada yada, so on and so forth. But Pantheon has just been phenomenal. And we're due to get a pretty big reset in about 4 months' time. And it's going to improve the game, I believe, massively. But we won't know until we get there. Do I think it will be a what people call WoW killer? No. There is a specific audience for this game. And this game will get that audience. Because there's nothing else out there that's like this. Nothing. All trolling aside, all whining, complaining, all whatever, there's just nothing else out there that's Pantheon. It's like Ashes. There's nothing out there like Ashes either. And there's nothing out there like Monsters and Memories that's being worked on right now. So those are 3 unique titles that offer 3 unique experiences for 3 different mindsets or mentalities. So, you know, whatever floats your boat. I just really enjoy this game. I've rolled 8 warriors. I almost have 2 level 50s on this server alone, level 50 warriors, because I played them different ways. Yeah, it's been a lot of fun for me. Will I be playing it at launch? Yes. Whether development takes a year, whether it takes 6 months, whether it takes 2 years, I might not still be playing this game every day for the next 2 years, but when it launches, I'll be jumping into this game. Again, because there's nothing else. Tomorrow, you mean? Excuse me. We actually did the raid content earlier this evening. About what? 5 hours ago? Say about 5 hours ago? So if you wait till the VOD's published, and you fast forward about an hour, hour and a half, you should see the raid fight. So here's the funny thing. If you were to look at my inventory right now, you would think I've looted everything in the game, but I haven't looted a single thing. My entire inventory is jewelry from like wand and weapons and a couple pieces of armor and my tank food. And I still have arguably I have 3 empty slots left in my bags. And there's no vendor loot there. It's like everything I swap in and out of for whatever reason. I've already looted one from my paladin. Come on. Ah, whatever. They called it Terror Silk? Wasn't that the Erudite only Paladin armor stuff in EQ? There was Tarantula, but I thought Terror Silk came off of Terrorantula. Yeah, I just remember, I think Terror Silk was the Erudite only armor that was an EQ Classic. But you had to go over. Oh yeah, Dwarves had it, Erudites had it. The one that you would see like Elvish enchanters wear had like the legs and the top, and then it was like kind of like opened like on the thighs and the midriff or what have you. Yeah, and the reason why you probably didn't hear of class-only armor is because nobody ever took the time to make the Terror Silk armor because it was so hard to get, because you needed A, an Erudite, B, a Paladin, and C, Terrorantula, who was like a larger-than-group mob. I think so. Maybe not. Yeah. Maybe it was a group mob. And the point is, you had to have an Erudite, you had to have a Paladin. Yeah. It was always camped, and it was huge. When it spawned, you could see it from like half a mile away. Yeah. Excuse me. Yeah, I think daytime just happened. Quarter of a bubble. Yeah. Hey, Frame Trap, what's happening? How you doing? We're all right, man. How are you? How's your Sunday? Right on. Good to hear. Like that old WoW joke on South Park with the boars. They had it worked out to kill 2,700,456 some odd boars in order to get max level. We used to have a player back in EQ called Quester who went and did all the quests in the game. He had like over 3,000 quest completions. I know. Ding. $3,000 quest. Yeah. I don't know if you'll find any information online because it was so long ago, but you could always try to look up. I think it was Quester, Quester. All right, chat. With that said, I think we're done for the evening. The group is done. We were going to wait for another nighttime, but it's going to take an hour for it to happen. So that'll be too late and everybody be logging out. So we're going to go ahead and log out now and go to bed. Actually, I'm going to get a small bite to eat before I go to bed. I haven't eaten this evening. Anyhow, as always, those of you that are here and have been here, I hope you guys enjoyed your time. We should be live tomorrow. I don't know what the game plan is, but I'm thinking we'll probably start with Subnautica, try and get the Cyclops down to the deep base, and then we'll switch over to Pantheon and see what's happening. All right, guys. Anyhow, as I always, you guys have yourselves a good evening or a good day, and I hope to see you guys in the next stream. Take care.